go to the issues at trial, but thank you, so tonight. All right, anything else we need to discuss before we get underway?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just, they showed me a couple of photographs that they intend to use. I don't know what witness, which order they're calling, but I could object to those now. I would appreciate that rather than.
Sure.
I'm sorry, please continue.
No, I just show the photos, then I can explain my objection.
May I approach?
Please.
Okay, Judge, this photograph is, the first one I'm showing you is not what I'm entering. This is just for reference. This is coming in through the deputy, Deputy Alvarez, regarding the incident that occurred.
I think first and foremost, we have to concede that we're dealing with
Show,
Get rid of the little.
yes.
story.
So that's the first one, full body without the, and this is to show the shoes with part of the suit.
Judge, I renew my objection to the testimony of this deputy as I objected originally to the testimony about the incident and argued that these photographs only heighten the potential prejudice of whether or not the client was in custody at the time this occurred. I understand the court has asked the state to use only one witness and to talk only about what may have happened in the courtroom. And this photograph may assist in that fiction, however, I still make my objection for the record.
All right, but as far as the two photographs that are here, you don't have any objection to the way they appear on here other than the objection to the testimony itself. Is that,
Yeah, no,
do I have this correct? There's nothing in here that you find objectionable.
Not specifically as to those
Photographs, right, just to the testimony
whole
itself.
aspect.
Understood. And then this one,
May we please make that as a court exhibit as
You
part of
can.
the record? And that one is the one I'm not showing here.
all right, and that will be, court exhibit 5, which is a full picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And I will then not be contemporaneously objecting to it.
Well, you're not objecting to the photographs themselves, you're objecting to the whole line of testimony.
Yeah, just wanted to
That,
make sure.
that objection is reserved without having to renew it at the time.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Miller, who also regard objections still at this point.
And that will also be noted and reserved without having to bring it up contemporaneously again. You want to join in that?
Yes,
Okay.
what he said.
Okay. What I said in response to what you said.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexander Buckle on behalf of the state. The other thing that I just wanted to put on the record is that our first witness will be the T-Mobile records custodian. The records for all of the phone records we received in this case that we plan on entering are on this USB. I have shown the USB and the record on it to all of the counsel. Mr. Timon brought up the fact that the part of the file that we received from T-Mobile, we get records, the actual search warrant and affidavit that's sent. So we were all in agreement that we were going to delete that particular file off of each file for each defendant's phone number that we have on here. So that was deleted from Mr. Timon, we watched it, and there was no objection.
Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, we ready to get underway?
Judge, just with regards to the phone records, we just filed a motion to suppress. Phone records were included in that, not being re-raising that issue, that objection at this time.
All right, court's ruling on that will stand. Your objection and motion are preserved. If there's nothing further, we will bring them up. Bring them up. Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back. You all had a nice weekend. All right. I trust you're all able to follow the court's directions. Very good. Thank you. All right, state, call your next witness.
The state called Ricardo Leal.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Ricardo Leal, Ricardo, and the last name spelled Leal.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Leal. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm doing great.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and let them know who you are and who you work for?
Sure. My name is Ricardo. I work for T-Mobile Corporation. I serve as a custodian of records for T-Mobile and seek to those. That's my job. My job function is testifier.
Okay. And how long have you worked for T-Mobile specifically?
So for T-Mobile, I started with T-Mobile on April 1st of 2020.
Okay, and prior to working for T-Mobile in 2020, who did you work for?
I worked for Sprint Corporation, which is another telephone company. I started with Sprint back in October of 2002.
And did T-Mobile buy Sprint, and is that why you now work for T-Mobile?
Correct, there was a merger and T-Mobile became the parent corporation. I assumed the same duties and same role I was in at Sprint when I became an employee at T-Mobile.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your role really is within the company?
So basically, I've worked with the records for my tenure in both companies. And so it's the actual phone record, network information, subscriber information called detail records, those types of things. And that's pretty much it. The foundation of work, when I started, I would review a legal demand and then send out information that is being asked for through the legal process.
And you say legal demand, is that basically a search warrant?
Could be any of the above, but yes, ma'am. Subpoena, search warrant, court order, asking for legal information, which is typically phone records.
All right. Now, I know this is going to sound like a silly question, but what kind of company is T-Mobile?
It's a telephone company,
Cellular also?
cellular, correct?
Now, in addition to Sprint, is T-Mobile also the parent company for Metro PCS as well?
Yes.
Now, you indicated a little bit about the records you review when you receive legal process. Does T-Mobile, I guess, collect certain types of data when the cellular devices are being utilized by customers?
Yes, so we have to have information, it's network information, and from that information it be translated into bills to actually send out to our customers. And so we have to keep this information for an amount of time for billing process, but also we keep it for network optimization, so that like engineers can identify what's going on the network.
All right, now can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what call detail records are?
So call detail records would have the information for the telephone numbers that were interacting with the account holder. So text numbers that were texted and were called. It would show information. It would call into voicemail. pertinent information for the actual handset that is utilized with that telephone number that corresponds with the account information for that specific line. And then there would be other information like included with call detail records with cell site information. There would be actual tower information with an address, latitude and longitude, those types of things that would actually show what transpired when that call took place or any call that took place for a given time.
Can you also explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a cell site is?
Sure, a cell site is an antenna that receives transmission from the handset. Phones operate with a radio frequency. And so what happens when you make a call is you would push talk or send, what have you, and that radio frequency would then reach out to the tower or cell site that's closest open to communicate to that handset. And then a call would take place. That tower is connected to a switch. The switch receives information and then it realizes what it needs to do. It needs to get to the other number that you dialed out on your phone. And then it starts that process and then gets it out to that telephone number on the other end.
Now, with that cell site location that you're talking about, does that actually provide a latitude and longitude of a particular location of that tower that it's connecting, the phone is connecting to?
Correct. It's only going to give the information for that specific telephone number on the record. And so that's the information that's going to be seen in regard to latitude.
Now, does T-Mobile as a parent company also collect subscriber information, customer information based on the phone or the number or account utilized?
Yes, ma'am.
What is included sometimes in subscriber information?
Generally speaking, it has the information for the subscriber, an address, and other number like a contact number, besides the actual cellular number. There could be features for the actual handset itself, as well as account features. To give information for the actual handset that's utilized, and specific numbers that coincide with the handset itself.
And when you say handset, do you mean the device, the phone?
The device or phone.
Okay. With subscriber information, is it always going to look exactly the same for each account?
No, because there's different types of accounts. And so there's really two different types of accounts. There's a postpaid subscriber, which is a subscriber that's a billed subscriber that would get a credit check ran when they go out to, when the customer goes to start service. There would be a verification process that takes place. Typically, they're going to show an ID to be able to gain service because we're going to bill them. So there's a credit check that's run. And then there's another type, which is a prepaid, which is pay as you go. And so you would pay ahead, and therefore we don't send a subscriber or a bill out to that subscriber, rather. And so in those instances, no information is asked for, but information can be input by the subscriber if they choose to.
Now, do you recall, or let me ask you this, how many times have you testified in a court of law as a records custodian for T-Mobile and for the company's parent?
Testified over 400 times.
So was T-Mobile sent a legal process or a search warrant in this case for phone number 954-867-8340 with a, I guess a tracking ID from T-Mobile of 1937650?
Yes.
And was it also sent to legal process for number 754-207-1410 with a tracking ID of 1976801? 4520 with a tracking ID of 1975385.
Yes.
And was it also sent legal process for number 754-367-8492 with a tracking ID of 1976764?
Yes, ma'am.
With the records that are accumulated and sent based on legal process, are they made at or near the time or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge?
Yes.
And are they kept in a regular course of business as an activity for T-Mobile?
Yes, they are.
And is it the regular practice of T-Mobile to make such reports or data compilations when requested to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing defense counsel was previously marked as SSS for identification. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Mr. Leal, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as SSS for identification. Can you take a look at it?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the information that I reviewed prior to coming before today.
Okay, and are those your initials and today's date as reviewing was on that particular USB?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those records fairly and accurately represent the data compilation of records that were sent based on those tracking IDs I just stated?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the records that were sent back in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence that's been previously marked as states SSS for identification as states 71.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Jahseh.
No objection, sir. Nothing further, Judge.
Without further objection, what was previously marked states triple S for identification shall be received and the evidence of states 71 published.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Leal, I'm showing you that entered into state 71. And I just want to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're actually talking about when you see these records.
Sure.
So can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this is the response. The first page for the call detail records was outside information. Shows who the information got sent to up on top. And then it identifies the warrant information and when the information was dated, along with the telephone number, which is in the second line here. That's the information that goes back to 954-867-8340. And then also identifies that the information is kept in universal coordinated time, which is much like Greenwich Mean Time. You have to do conversion to get it back to Eastern Time. For this time period, it would be -4 hours. You would have to subtract from the timestamp to get it to actual Eastern Time. You just go ahead and give that information out now. It's on here.
Sure.
And then by the columns, if you start on the left-hand side, basically goes through with the information for the calls that took place for that given time period. And it gives you introspect to what's actually transpiring on the network. So this is pre-build information. And like I said, it shows the international mobile subscriber identity and the IMEI, which goes back to the actual device or telephone number. It also has a completion code, your service codes, what would actually transpire, the switch name, the first site ID, your information that actually goes back to the latitude and longitude, along with an azimuth, which would give orientation to where the handset is being utilized.
Okay, now, zoom into it. The completion code where it says completed successfully, or abnormal completion. What's the difference there?
So a completed call would mean that it was completed. If it's abnormal completion, it was an incomplete call, so it didn't go through. still shows that it was an intent of the road on the network.
Now, we see moving over, switch name, cell site, sector ID, and tower information. Is that what you're talking about when it comes to cell sites specifically?
Correct, that is the cell site information, so that would all give light to that information for the actual tower that would be utilized for the transaction.
And then the tower address is the address of where that specific tower the phone is pinging off of exists, correct?
It could be the exact location, but it also could be how to get to that location. And so you really need to go with the latitude and longitude. It's going into that general area.
Okay, but the latitude and longitude are the more specific locations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at here?
So this is subscriber information for the number ending in 4520. It also has who the information was sent to.
So here I see there's no subscriber name or address. What does that tell you?
So that's prepaid. It was with Simple Wireless, which is a prepaid component. Like I said earlier, with prepaid, there are no requirements because we're getting paid up front. And so no information is asked for.
What about in this particular subscriber information response? It's a little different than the one we were just reviewing.
Correct. And this is for the number ending in 8492. Scroll down a little bit so I can look at the modifier. And then if you can look at second tab, there's two tabs on this one. This one says it's with T-Mobile. But basically, it gives subscriber information as well as an address.
So that's the difference between the prepaid and a different type of account with T-Mobile, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, one moment. Yeah, I have no further questions. Thank you so much for filling out.
You're welcome, ma'am.
On behalf of Ms. Bowman?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just wanted to make sure the jury understands the kind of address that we see here on the first tower address. Am I correct that that is the tower that the call pings off of when either when it is either making a call or receiving a call?
So with the address, so the first tower address, there's an address there, and it could be that specific address is where the tower is located. But you really have to use the latitude and longitude to show the exact location of the tower. It's going to be the general area of where the tower is located, correct?
But just so that the jury doesn't misunderstand, that is not the location, the actual location of the phone.
Correct.
Alright. The phone is somewhere else. That is just the tower that the phone pings off of when it either makes or receives a call, correct?
That is correct.
And are you familiar with what the general radius is of how far away a phone can be when it is pinging off one of these towers?
So with T-Mobile, the amount or distance they've given us in a typical city, normal populated city, it can be as little as a third of a mile to 2.5 miles away from that location.
so between 1/3 and 2.5 miles away from that location. Now, is that assuming that the call pinged off of the first tower that it was sent to?
It's gonna be correct. It's gonna be what shows up on the record. And so all we can tell as custodian is this is what transpired. Like, we don't know what did happen.
Right.
We only know what happened.
So in other words, sometimes, am I correct? Sometimes someone makes a call, it goes to a tower, that tower is busy and doesn't, the call doesn't end up utilizing that tower, it goes to a second tower. Am I correct in that?
It could happen, yes.
That's it, nothing further. Thank you.
Just briefly, do you have any idea how often that does happen, that it gets sent to another tower? Very small amount of times, isn't it?
I would think so, yes. I mean, I could see it if Jacksonville won Super Bowl near Jacksonville, you know what I mean? Or the Miami Heat won, you know, those certain times like that, those catastrophes.
Not under normal circumstances.
Not under normal circumstances.
Thank you, sir. No questions, sir.
Thank you.
You'll be right, man. Thank you.
Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stick on next.
State calls Deputy David Alvarez.
Raise your right hand if you sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
David Alvarez, that's Delta Alpha Victor India Delta Alvarez Alpha Lima Victor Alpha Romeo.
We inquire.
Good morning, Deputy Alvarez. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us where you work?
Good morning, Deputy Alvarez, I work for the Department of Detention Bureau, County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for BSO?
I'm going into my 25th year.
No prior law enforcement experience, I take it?
No.
All right. Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the current case that we are in trial here for today. Now, part of your duties is to transport people who are going to testify that are in custody, like, for example, Robert Allen, correct?
Correct.
And there was an incident that occurred while you were transporting and escorting Robert Allen to court?
That is correct.
Okay. During the time, and it was for this trial, this current trial before this jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One of the times that you were transporting Robert Allen to testify for court, there was an incident that occurred while you were escorting him, correct?
That is correct.
Tell us who was present, meaning not personnel, but civilians. It was yourself, Robert Allen, and there was a second individual that was present, correct?
There was a Sergeant Brown.
Sergeant Brown. I'm talking about not deputies. There was a non-law enforcement person that said something to Robert Allen, correct?
The person that said something to Robert Allen was Newsom Trayvon.
Okay. So I'm gonna talk about what was said and how you know it was Trayvon Newsom that said something to Robert Allen, okay? This was while you were escorting Robert Allen to court?
Yes.
Did Robert Allen say anything to bring on Trayvon Newsom's comments to him?
No,
So at the time, Robert Allen was completely quiet?
he was quiet during and after.
Okay. And how do you know that it was Trayvon Newsom that was talking to Robert Allen? Were you able to observe clothing that Trayvon Newsom was wearing?
Yes,
Okay, specifically what?
his shoes.
What about his shoes stood out to you?
They were a tan brownish color.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked for identification as states triple T. May I approach? Do you recognize states triple T? It's a composite of two photographs.
Yes,
And how do you recognize states triple T?
by the shoes.
Okay, is that what the person that you're referring to as Trayvon Newsom was wearing the day of this incident of trial?
Yes,
And it fairly and accurately depicts, the picture fairly and accurately depicts that.
yes.
Okay, at this time, I move into evidence what's been marked as states triple T as states 71, 2.
Okay.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Without further objection, what was previously marked states triple T for identification shall be received in evidence as state 72, a composite of 2. You may publish at will.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been entered into evidence as states 72, which is one of 2 of 72. So do you see the person that is in that photograph here today in court?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point him out by an article of clothing where you see it?
For those stipulate the identifications.
Can you please point him out and show where he's seated in court?
Thank you.
Gentleman in the gray shirt, bluish color shirt, it's a gray suit, bluish color shirt with a light colored tie
Okay.
in the middle of all the defendants.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect an in-court identification of Trayvon Newsom, co-defendant Trayvon Newsom in this case.
So noted.
Okay, so, and this is what he was wearing the day in trial when this incident occurred, correct?
I recognize the issue.
Okay, and so I'm showing you 2 of 2. This is zooming in on, is this the footwear that you're referring to that Mr. Newsom was wearing the day of this incident?
Yes,
Okay, and so that's just a zoomed in photograph of his shoes. Now, what was it that Trayvon Newsom said to the testifying witness, Robert Allen, that day?
he began to yell, there he is, working with the popo, the police, he also said, working with the white man now.
When you say yell, you mean literally at a decibel that's higher than what we're talking now?
Yes, not enough for anyone to hear.
Okay. How close was Robert Allen to you when this incident occurred?
Within,
And were there any explicitives that Trayvon Newsom said to this testifying witness?
yes, there were other obscenities, the word bitch came out, it was something bitch or bitch something, but I just said obscenities, because I didn't want to have bit. I know bitch was used, but as I was escorting him here to court, I didn't, pay attention too much and record what was being said, or what stood out, and what I testified to, that he did call him Popo, said he's working for the police, and he's working for the white man now.
Okay, and what, if anything, did Robert Allen say as a result of that?
Didn't say anything.
No further questions.
Well, then, good morning, Deputy. One question for you, sir. Have you ever been accused of something you didn't do by someone you thought was your friend?
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
I have nothing further.
Sustained.
No questions? No questions?
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
calls Jennifer Rodriguez.
Raise your right hand, please, Warren.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please state your full name, spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Jahseh, last name is prejudice, R-O-D-R-I-G.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez. If you could speak nice and loud into the microphone that's right ahead of your binder there. Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us where you work.
My name is Jennifer, I'm a criminalist with 3 for the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab.
What does a criminalist 3 do for the crime lab?
I analyze, compare, and evaluate latent prints with known prints, report my findings, and when I get testify in court.
Okay, so there's some terminology I know that you're going to use this morning that we've never heard of before. What is a latent print?
A latent print is an unintentional recording of the person or skin, which is the skin that's located underneath your palms, your fingers, your feet, and your toes, but it's not visible to the naked eye. You need some sort of processing for it to be visible.
Okay, so for example, as I'm standing here and I'm touching this podium and then I move, would that be an unintentional recording of my prints if you were able to lift, not you, but if the sheriff's office was able to lift prints off of that? That's what you mean by a latent?
It's an unintentional recording.
Okay, and what is a standard print?
A standard print is an intentional recording of the person or skin. For example, when you use a thin layer of black printer sheet, you would put it on the area you need recording, and then you replace that area onto a palm card or a fingerprint card to record it.
Okay, so now you knowing that who my identity, if you took my prints and then you rolled them, that would be an example of a known standard print?
Yes.
How long have you worked for BSO?
Over 13 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience? Nice and loud.
No.
What degrees do you hold?
I have an Associate's of Liberal Arts from the Broward Community College. From there, I transferred to Fort Lauderdale University, where I have a bachelor's in criminal justice. I then transferred to Broward College, where I got an Associate's of Science in the crime scene. I also completed the crime scene program there at the Broward College. With that, I also did less than a year internship with the Coral Springs Police Department with the crime scene unit, where I was working with the latent print examiner. Once I got hired with the Broward Sheriff's Office, I did approximately 18 months of in-house and outside training before I was allowed to be signed off on my own cases.
You hold certification in your field?
Yes, I am certified.
What is the name of the organization that you hold certification with?
I'm certified through the IAI, which is the International Association of Criminal.
When did you become certified?
I got certified in 2016, and then I was recertified in 2021.
So the certification is for 5 years?
Yes.
And so you're in the middle of that 5-year recertification, correct?
Yes.
What are the steps generally that you have to go through when you receive latent prints from the crime scene investigators for analysis?
When I first receive the case, I'll go through the case and I'll look at the back of the latent print card or the back of the photo to make sure that all the information that is written on that matches the accuracy, making sure the item number, the case number, and the person who lifted it is all accurate to the accuracy. Once that is all completed, then I'll move on to the analysis stage where I review the actual latent prints And I look at the impressions and try to keep aside all the data and information, and whether or not I can go to the comparison stage. If there's enough information where it's value for comparison, I'll move into the comparison stage where I'll decide on the side comparison. And from there, I'll go to the evaluation stage where I'll come to the conclusion.
So just to be certain, there's no bright line number. For example, if there are this many points, then it's a value, correct? There's no bright line number.
There's no minimum.
Okay. What is peer review?
Peer review is when a second content examiner will review the case file and then we'll do the stats of the analysis or the comparison and the evaluation.
Independent from what you do, correct?
Yes.
And is your work subject to peer review?
Yes, all our cases are reviewed by a second content examiner.
Have you testified in court before as a latent print examiner?
Yes,
How many times?
approximately 9 times.
Tender the witness, Your Honor.
No questions. No questions, Your Honor. No questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Rodriguez has been tendered to you by the state expert in the field of latent print examination. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law will permit an expert witness to give their opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Whether or not a witness is an expert is a decision for you to make. The court is not allowed to take a position on that matter. Like any other witness, you may properly believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. Proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so there was some terminology that you used when you were discussing the steps that you take to analyze a latent print. You mentioned something about a value print. What is a value print?
A value print is that there is sufficient amount of data and information for me to move on to the comparison stage.
And what is a no value print?
No value is that it lacks in data and information for me to be able to move on to that comparison stage.
So when we're talking about the data that you're looking at, okay, you're looking at this under a microscope at a specific print, correct?
I'm looking at it under the magnifying glass.
Okay, and what is the data that you're looking at? There's different levels that you're looking for?
I'm looking at level 1 detail, if I can distinguish if it's part of the finger, if it's part of the palm. If it is part of the finger, can I distinguish what kind of pattern it has? I'm also looking at level 2, which is unique characteristics in the actual impression. And I'm also looking for level 3, which would be bridge structure.
Okay, so when you mention unique characteristics, are you talking about the patterns on our fingertips, for example, that are unique to an individual?
The unique characteristics that I'm looking for is things such as bifurcations, where a ridge may split, an ending ridge where the ridge comes to an end. It could be islands. It's those unique characteristics that I'm looking at.
Do any two people have the same unique characteristics
There are no two people who have the same.
in this world? Okay, so when we're talking about unique characteristics, myself, my unique characteristics will be specific to me only, correct? Okay, and are some unique characteristics, for example, if I cut my hand and there's scarring, something like that, in addition to whatever the patterns are on my fingertips, correct?
Stars can be unique as well.
Now, when you're looking at these different levels, is this what you're referring to when you say you are looking for sufficient agreement? Or are you looking for that to move on to analysis, for further analysis?
That is what the information of level 1, level 2, and level 3 is what I'm looking for in the analysis part.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as, we'll do this separately. States U, triple U for identification. States triple V for identification. States triple W for identification. And states triple Y for identification. And while the defense is reviewing the exhibits, what I'm showing you for identification, you actually rolled the prints for the standards that I'm about to show you, correct? Correct. Okay, so I'll show you them and see if you can recognize them. Mayor Pro Tem.
You may.
I'm showing you first what's been marked for identification as states triple U. It's a composite of 4 items. No, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingerprint items. Can you take a look at states triple U? Do you recognize states triple U?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These were the gold prints that I did on September 5th, 2018, and my initials are on there. And after the cars, state my first and last name and my CCN address.
Does it also have the lab number that correlates with this case?
Yes, it is included with my initials.
And, may I believe the lab number is 187199, that's it there?
Yeah, 18-7.
Okay, 7119, sorry. And are the items fairly or substantially in the same condition as when you originally rolled them back in 2018?
Yes.
At this time, I move into evidence, states triple U is the next numbered exhibit, 73.
Okay. No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states triple U for identification shall be received in evidence as states 73.
Okay, I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification as states triple V. Could you please take a look at that and tell us if you recognize it? Yes. How do you recognize it?
The lot number is indicated on here with my initials. And on the back of the card, these are the gold prints that I did on September 5th, 2018 from CCN.
And does the lab number that's indicated on states triple V also correlate with the lab number that you worked on in this case? 18-7119?
Yes.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition as when you rolled them back in 2018?
Yes.
At this time, I move in states triple V as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Without objection, what was previously marked states triple V for identification shall be received in evidence as states 74.
Thank you. I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification as states triple W. Do you recognize it? Yes. And how do you recognize states triple W?
The lot number is indicated on it with my initials, and on the back of the card, it has my first and last name, the date that it was done with my CCN.
The lab number correlates with the lab number that you worked on in this case, 18-7119.
Yes.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition as when you rolled them back in 2018?
Yes.
At this time, I move into evidence what's been marked for identification as states W as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
The objection will previously marked states W for identification shall be received in evidence of states.
I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification as states Y. If you could please take a look at that and tell us if you recognize it. Yes. How do you recognize it?
The lot number is listed on it with my initials and my alphabet first as my first and last name, the date that it was done, and my sister.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition as when you rolled them back in 2018?
Yes.
And the lab number correlates with the lab number that you worked on, 18-7119?
Yes.
At this time, I move into evidence what's been marked for identification as states Y as the next numbered exhibit.
Objection. No objection.
The objection what was previously marked states Y for identification shall be received in evidence as state 76. You may publish all of that will.
Thank you. Okay, what's been entered into evidence as states 73 is the standard prints for Dietrich Williams, correct? That's a Dietrich Williams, the co-defendant in this case?
Yes.
We'll talk about that in a second. We're now looking at states 74, which are the standard rolled prints for Michael Boatwright. Those are the ones that you rolled for co-defendant Michael Boatwright, correct?
Yes.
And when I say those are, it's the standard 10 fingerprints, also a palm print, right palm print, left palm print. And is that the sides of the finger pads?
Yes, those are being fully rolled to get this out of it.
Okay. And you did that for each standard print that we're looking at, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now showing you what's been entered into evidence as state 75, and that's Robert Allen, co-defendant Robert Allen's standard prints. Right, left palm print, and then the sides of the finger pads. State 76, which is Trayvon Newsom's standard prints. Okay. Okay. Now, let's go over what we received in this case in terms of latents, okay? Starting with, there are several times that you received, like, the evidence trickled into you and you would analyze it contemporaneous as it came in, correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about the work that you did for a report authored from June 22nd of 2018.
Your Honor, may I use this?
First, let's detail, there were 3 items that you received as latent prints, unknown prints, correct?
Yes.
And so as we go through each one, I just want this to be clear. Each time you're analyzing evidence, the latent is the unknown, correct?
Yes.
And then you're going to analyze it and see if you can compare it to the known, which are the standards that we're taking, correct?
Yes.
Now, if there's a comparison that you can make from the known to the unknown, what are the 3 things that you're looking for? You can possibly eliminate the known as the person that left the latent, correct? Exclusion, which would be an elimination. What is the second thing that might be an option?
Identification.
Okay, which means, in our layman's terms, that means that the prints match. I know that's not what you use, but there's an identification, correct? Okay, and what's the third option?
That would be inconclusive.
Inconclusive. Now, inconclusive, that third category, that means that there's insufficient data or insufficient information for you to make an elimination or an identification?
It's inconclusive to make an identification or exclusion, if there's subcategories with that.
Okay, and so remember that example that I gave when I'm touching the podium? You remember that a little earlier? If prints are inconclusive, for example, for me, does that mean that I didn't touch the podium?
No, it means that the information there is inconclusive.
That maybe there was sufficient information, maybe, for example, if I'm a sweater, meaning I like to sweat or my finger pads sweat, could that be a reason why there's insufficient prints left in order for you to make an identification?
It could be like the latent became insufficient. It could be that the known standards that are received may be missing an area that I need to do the comparison.
Okay,
There's other subcategories with that.
let me ask you, so it could be that I just naturally sweat and I didn't leave enough detail in order for it to be lifted, correct? I'm asking you about different options. Is that one of the options?
Rephrase, please.
Are there options, for example, that a person could be, the way that the person left the print?
There is an option where if we did the comparison and it was then determined that the latent print could have been is insufficient, there is an inconclusive, insufficient rich detail to identify.
Okay, how about if somebody wipes off their prints in order to evade detection? Would that be a reason why there's insufficient or inconclusive data?
It would have to look at the analysis to look at all the data. If it wasn't enough to get to the comparison, it would be considered unvaluable.
Okay, how about if someone is wearing, or excuse me, if someone has the surface of the item maybe different and not as conducive to lift the print, would that be a reason maybe why there's insufficient data?
Overruled again. Well, witness has been tendered as an expert, so these are. Thank you. You may proceed.
It could be.
Okay. Now, you received latents in this case, starting with that you analyzed and reported on for June 22nd of 2018, correct?
Yes.
There were 3 items that you received as unknown latents. Let's go over what those were. What were the first one?
I received LAT1.
Okay, and LAT1, I believe, has already been referenced by Detective Williams as a latent print lifted from the exterior door of the passenger door of the victim's BMW, just below the mirror. Do your notes indicate where these prints were collected from?
My notes don't indicate, the report doesn't indicate where they were lifted from. I do have copies of the latent prints where I can be able to look and see where they came from.
Okay, so you have all that information at your disposal when you're analyzing.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the second latent that you received?
LAT2.
That was a latent print lifted from the driver's door of the victim's BMW, just left of the handle. And what was the third latent? What was the third latent print that you received?
LAT3.
That was a latent print lifted from the exterior of the victim's passenger door, just below the door handle. So all 3 of these were from the victim's BMW, correct? LAT1, 2, and 3.
LAT1, LAT2, and LAT3. On the back of the cards, it has where it's marked on the card where it was taken.
Okay, now, with those 3 latent prints, the standards that you compared them to were, and I'll go over them. And actually, Judge, if we could just take a quick sidebar regarding. The comparison to those standards and the ladies.
Once I receive the related parts and the photos, I'll do an analysis on it, looking for the data and that information. And if I have that, then I can be able to move on to the comparison stage and do the comparison where I do a side-by-side comparison of the known standard and the unknown latent. And then I'll come to the evaluation of the conclusion.
And work that you did with respect to this analysis was a subject to peer review, as you discussed earlier.
Yes.
What were your findings that you reported on for June 22nd of 2018 with respect to these two latents? Starting with latent number one, or lat one.
LAT1 was no value.
Okay, and that was, you indicated to us what no value means, so you weren't able to move on to analyze it for comparison or identification or anything, correct?
I was not able to move on to the comparison.
Okay, how about LAT2 and 3? Was there sufficient agreement as to that for identification?
LAT2 and LAT3 were determined to be of value.
They were determined to be of value, and did you, were you able to make an identification as to LAT2 and 3?
Yes. LAT2 was identified to the left palm of Leonard Kerr, and LAT3 was identified to the right index of Leonard Kerr.
Okay, so LAT 1, 2, and 3 are from the victim's BMW, and they were identified as belonging to, or we, in layman's terms, they match to Leonard Kerr, the passenger in the car.
LAT2 and LAT3.
Okay, so let's move forward to some additional latents that you received and you reported on for November 5th, 2018. Let's go down the list, just like we just did for the June report, of what you received, and then we'll also talk about what were the standards. So we're first just talking about the latents you received from crime scene. LAT1.
Yes.
Okay, so you received, there's a long list. You received LAT1, which was the latent print from the victim's passenger door of the BMW. LAT2.
Yes, I received LAT2.
Which was the latent print from the driver's door of the victim's BMW. Did you also receive LAT3?
Yes.
Which was the latent print of the exterior passenger door of the victim's BMW. How about SVL1?
Yes.
I believe that was a photo, a latent print image taken from the passenger door of the Dodge Journey. Did you receive SVL2?
Yes.
Latent print image of the rear passenger window from the Dodge Journey. Did you receive SBL3?
Yes.
Latent print image from the rear tailgate of the Dodge Journey, SBL4.
Yes.
Latent print image from the rear driver's side passenger door of the interior of the Dodge Journey. How about SBL5?
Yes.
Print image from, a latent print image of the driver's side rear passenger door handle from the interior of the Dodge Journey. Did you receive SBL6?
Yes.
Latent print image of the driver's door, the top exterior of the Dodge Journey. Did you receive SBL7?
Yes.
Latent print image of the rear passenger window of the interior center of the Dodge Journey. How about SBL8?
Yes.
Latent print image of the photo passenger window from the exterior of the Dodge Journey. Did you receive SBL9?
Yes.
The latent print image of the front passenger window of the exterior of the Dodge Journey. And how about RAM1?
Yes.
I believe it was a latent print image taken of the Dodge Journey. And RAM2.
Yes.
Latent print image taken of the Dodge Journey and WCP1.
Yes.
A latent print list. Okay. Now, the standards that you were doing analysis for with all of the long list of latents that we just received are for the 4 standards that you took, correct? And for reference, they were the standards which is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 76, which is the standards for Trayvon Newsom. That was one of the standards that you were comparing, correct?
Yes.
The standard for Robert Allen, which is State 75, you were making comparisons as to that, correct?
Yes.
The standard for Michael Boatwright, which is State 74.
Yes.
And the standard for Dietrich Williams, which is State.
Yes.
Again, similar to what you were just testifying about, are you trying to see if there's a comparison that can be made from the unknowns, the latents, to the knowns?
Yes.
Detail the procedure for your analysis, please, with respect to these items that were just discussed.
Once I receive the latent prints, I do the analysis where I'm looking for that information and data to be able to go to the comparison stage. And then from there, I'll do the comparison stage, side-by-side comparison, looking for this data information. And then from there, I'll go to the evaluation stage where I'll make my decision.
Now, you did that for each item. I know there were over a dozen items. You did that for each item of the latents?
Yes.
Okay. Was your work subject to peer review?
Yes.
And what were your findings that you reported on for these group of items? First, let's do it by the standards. Let's talk about states. States Exhibit 75. What were your findings as to Robert Allen for States Exhibit 75?
On the report dated November 5th, 2018, Robert Allen was excluded from SBL 9, and it was inconclusive for SBL 4, and it was indiscernible orientation.
Okay, so SBL 9, he was excluded, and that's from the photo image, latent photo print image from the front passenger window of the exterior of the Dodge Journey. He was excluded from that.
He was excluded from SBL 9.
Okay, and then inconclusive as to SBL 4. Let's talk about that. What does that mean?
Inconclusive means I was unable to come to a conclusion of identification or exclusion. But it was indiscernible orientation, meaning that I did not know the correct orientation of the impression, and because of that, I was not able to exclude or identify.
Now, excuse me, some of these words are words that some of us have never heard before. So when you're saying the correct orientation of the image, do you mean simply you don't know what it was? It could have been a hand, a foot, or a finger?
I'm not sure, what it is, and I don't know the orientation of how it is, if it goes this way of being upright, or if I can turn it, I don't know which way it goes.
Okay, and so when something like that happens and you can't identify what part of the body or which way it's supposed to go up, it's inconclusive and you can't make a determination, correct? Now, I know you weren't on scene, but does that mean that Robert Allen did not touch that particular item? That's not what you're saying by saying it's inconclusive, correct?
I'm just stating that I cannot make an identification.
Okay, so is it possible? I'm not because of your identification, but it's possible the person still could have touched it, you just can't make an identification. She's an expert, I'm considering her as an expert, right? Is it possible?
It's possible.
Okay. Looking at now states 73, which is Dietrich Williams standards. Did you report on Dietrich Williams standards after you did your analysis?
Yes.
And what were your conclusions as to Dietrich Williams standards?
Dietrich Williams was excluded from SBL 9 and inconclusive for SBL 4 with indiscernible orientation.
Okay, so same thing with respect to Robert Allen. I believe SBL 9 was the latent print image taken from the front passenger window from the exterior of the Dodge Journey. And so you're saying that Dietrich Williams was excluded as having left that latent, correct?
Yes.
Would a reasonable explanation as to why he was excluded, because he was the driver? You're allowed to answer this question. Is the reasonable reason why he's excluded as leaving the last year's Dodge Journey is because he was the driver of the Dodge Journey? Is that reasonable or a possibility?
I'm assuming that it does not belong to him.
It doesn't belong to him because it's possible that he wasn't on that side because he was driving.
Sustained.
And inconclusive as to SBL 4. SBL 4 was the latent print image that was lifted from the rear passenger door handle. And that was inconclusive, correct?
For SBL 4, yes.
Similar to how you testified regarding the standards for Robert Allen, what does it mean that it's inconclusive as to Dietrich Williams?
Indiscernible orientation, I don't know where it came from, I don't know what orientation it was.
Okay, so that same latent lift, obviously it's not gonna change as you are trying to compare it to the standards, but you don't know if it was up, down, or what part of the body it came from, so it's inconclusive. Okay. And similar to Robert Allen, it doesn't mean, your findings as to that inconclusive latent doesn't mean that Dietrich Williams did not leave it. It just means that there's insufficient information for you to make an identification, correct? Okay, so let's talk about states 74, which is Michael Boatwright's standards. What were your findings that you reported on as to Michael Boatwright?
Michael Boatwright was excluded from SBL 9.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
Inconclusive for SBL 4, indiscernible orientation. For SBL 6, it was identified to the left middle. And for SBL 7, it was identified to the right arm.
Okay, so there were 4 findings that you found. As to the first finding, it was similar as to the other 2 co-defendants. Michael Boatwright was excluded as the source of that link, correct? as the SBL 9, which was the passenger side of the Dodge Journey, front passenger window of the Dodge Journey. And as to SBL 4, that same print that was inconclusive, you were not able to make a determination as to Michael Boatwright either with that same late SBL 4, correct? Correct. Now, SBL 6, that is a latent print image from the driver's door top exterior of the Dodge Journey. There was sufficient agreement to be able to identify it as the left middle finger, as the source of left middle finger of Michael Boatwright.
Yes.
And SBL 7, you identify that as Michael Boatwright's right palm, and that came from the rear passenger window of the Dodge Journey, correct?
I identified his right palm.
Let's talk about states 76, Trayvon Newsom's standard prints. Were you able to make any conclusions as to Trayvon Newsom?
Trayvon Newsom excluded from SBL 9, inconclusive SBL 4, indiscernible orientation, and for RAM 1, it was identified to the left palm.
RAM 1 was identified, so there was sufficient agreement as to RAM 1, which was the photo image taken from the Dodge Journey, correct?
Yes.
Now, with fingerprints, there isn't anything that you can look at with respect to the latents or the standards to be able to determine when they were left, when the latents were left, correct?
No, I cannot determine when the latents were left.
You don't know how long they've been there.
No, I do not know how long they
And you don't make the collection of these. These were all items that were collected by crime scene and then submitted to the lab for analysis, correct? Just one moment, Aaron. No further questions.
On behalf of Mr. Boatwright,
Not reading any of these.
I don't think so.
I want to start showing you what has been previously introduced into evidence as defense 5. And this is SDL 9. Can you tell me there, please, what the card for SBL, well, actually, it's right there. SBL 9 was front passenger window, lower right exterior, correct?
Front passenger window, lower right exterior.
And this is from the Dodge Journey, correct? Suspect vehicle maybe in your notes?
On the actual photo, SBL 9, all it is on there, it says front passenger window, lower right exterior.
Fair enough. You analyzed this print, SBL 9, correct?
Yes.
And this print was of value, correct?
SBL 9 was a value, yes.
And you compared SBL 9 to the known prints of Mr. Michael Boatwright, correct?
Yes.
And you excluded Michael Boatwright as the contributor of that print, correct?
Yes.
You compared SBL9 to the known print of Trayvon Newsom, correct?
Yes.
And you excluded Trayvon Newsom as being the contributor of that print, correct?
Yes.
You compared SBL9 to the known print of Dietrich Williams, correct?
Yes.
And you excluded Dietrich Williams as being the contributor of that print, correct?
Yes.
And you also compared SBL9 to the known print of Robert Allen, being the contributor of that print, correct?
Yes.
You have never made a positive identification of SBL9, correct?
No.
Showing you now what has been already introduced as defense 4. And as SVL4. This one's a little different than SVL9. It's the same in that SVL4 was about, correct?
Yes.
And you compared, or attempted to compare SVL4 to Michael Goldwright, correct?
Yes.
You attempted to compare it to Trayvon Newsom, correct?
Yes.
You attempted to compare it to Dietrich Williams, correct?
Yes.
And you attempted to compare it to Robert Allen, correct?
Yes.
You did not, because this is the print that you described as having an indiscernible orientation, correct?
Yes.
So as you sit there now, you have never made a positive identification of this print, correct?
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you about LAT 1, 2, and 3. Am I correct that LAT 1, 2, and 3 were the latent prints that were taken from the victim's BMW?
On the back of LAT1, it just has a vehicle with an X marking on it where it was taken from. On the back of LAT2, has a vehicle with an X marking where it came from. And LAT3 has a vehicle, picture of a vehicle with an X indicating where it came from.
In any event, LAT1 was not of value, correct?
Correct.
And neither LAT2 or LAT3 were identified as having belonged to any of the defendants in this case. Not Michael Goldwright, not Trayvon Newsom, not Robert Allen, not Dietrich Williams, correct? You never received any, there were no latent prints that from the BMW, from the victim's vehicle, that you identified as having come from any of the defendants in this case, correct?
I don't know which latent came from the BMW. It's what's stated on the car. It's stated on the back of the car.
Fair. Robert Allen, Trayvon Newsom, Dietrich Williams, and Michael Goldwright. Those weren't the only 4 known prints you were given for analysis in this case, correct?
They were not the only ones.
Okay. You were given Jahseh Onfroy's known prints, correct?
Correct.
You were given Tanisha Clark's known prints, correct?
Yes.
And you were given the known prints of someone named Ronald Goldwright, correct?
Yes.
Were you ever given the known prints of someone named Keith Gray? Yes, ma'am.
No.
So you were never asked to compare the known prints of someone named Keith Graley to any of the unidentified prints in this case, correct?
Correct, I did not receive that.
Nothing further.
Somebody? Good afternoon. Ms. Rodriguez, you're an expert in fingerprint identification, right? So you know the history of fingerprint identification in terms of being able to identify or exclude subjects in criminal investigations.
Yes.
So you would agree with me that finding a fingerprint on something such as, let's say, the journey here, would indicate to you as an expert that that person touched that vehicle at some point in time, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know when they touched it.
No, I can't determine what day.
Fingerprints have been around for a long time, haven't they?
Yes.
About how long?
Over 100 years.
Over 100 years. Video surveillance cameras have a much shorter history, don't they?
Yes.
Another way to say whether someone has been in and be able to touch the vehicle would be if there's a video showing them with the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And another way would be if an individual who had been in the vehicle and was in an accident gave the police his ID and his correct name as having been the driver when that accident occurred.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. No questions.
No redirect.
Thank you, you're excused.
Maybe go back up the schedule.
Mr. Rares,
Yes.
could I show you something, please? Sure. Oh, okay, so you know. Yeah, I was told about it.
I'm sorry.
Damn, Mark, you really does it. She may have gone to lunch and she'll come back and probably come in. Hey, Jeff, Mr. Rares is here. You want to explain to him about that?
Hello. Hi, guys.
Reported. Okay, because I think she was saying recording. It's all recorded with her too. Okay, got it. Thank you. All right. All right. We got DNA coming up.
Okay. I'm just fixing some mics and then we'll get out of your way. That mic died. That's not a big deal, especially now that it's lunchtime.
Unless you open it here first.
Thank you.
And just keep it open. That's right. That's that tricky.
So when you,
You know how to disable the
yeah, I'm gonna call you when I come back. I'm trying to
break to like.
I gotta go. Listen.
No, I don't think you
Thing
know.
is, I said the day is not open.
No, this is gonna be a disaster.
And he was like,
Yeah.
it's still not overnight. And I was like, yeah. You know.
I'll be back.
Huh? What are you doing?
I have work to do.
I know, right?
I'll be back.
Bye, girl. You staying in here?
Yeah.
What you got going on?
Work.
Yeah, all of us, right? It's constant. Never stops. If only these lunches could be 2 hours.
I know. She is so messy with these damn mitts and these wrappers everywhere.
Who, her?
Yeah.
Jurors are entering.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State and call your next.
The state calls Nicole Inett.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Nicole Inett, Nicole. Then Inett is IHNAT.
Good afternoon, Ms. Inett. May I inquire, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Inett. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you work, please?
My name is Nicole Inett. I'm a what I'm called criminalist 3 or a forensic DNA analyst from the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab. I've been there since February of 2009.
Do you have any prior experience being a forensic DNA analyst prior to 2009?
Yes, I was employed with the Indiana State Police back in October of 1999 until which time I came here in 2009.
Okay. What type of training and experience did you have to undergo to become a forensic analyst?
Most of my training started with the Indiana State Police, which I have a degree in biology from Purdue University. Then being hired with the Indiana State Police was essentially like a 2-year training program. Each section had like 30 different modules. Each module I had to have lecture of literature reading, laboratory practice, a written test, an oral test, and a competency test before you went on to the next module. Upon the completion of those modules, I was then, we did what we call mock trial to make sure I could communicate my job to a jury. And then once that was complete, I was signed off to be a DNA analyst. When I came to the Broward Sheriff's Office, I came to them already as a trained analyst. So my training with the Broward Sheriff's Office was much shorter, about 3 months. And that was just to learn their specific standard operating procedures.
Okay, understood. And you said that you hold a degree in biology, correct?
That is correct.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I am certified by the American Board of Criminalists.
And do you have to get recertified every couple of years, or is that an indefinite certification?
You just have to maintain a certain number of training hours. You turn that in on an annual basis. So every 5 years, they make sure that you've met and exceeded their established training hours in different categories, and then you can keep your certification.
Okay, and you're up to date with that?
Correct.
Do you hold any licenses?
I do not.
Okay, and how about your lab? Is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANAB, which is the American National Accreditation Board, which is a subsidiary of the AMC National Accreditation Board, which is American National Standards Institute. It's a very long name, but basically it states that we are accredited. We've maintained our accreditation for as long as I've been here, and that we meet and exceed all the established requirements throughout the country.
Okay, and the lab accreditation goes to the quality control and things of that sort, correct?
That is correct.
And that accreditation is current?
That is correct.
Is your work subject to peer review?
Yes, every case before it leaves our office, it has to go through 2 peer reviews. One's called a technical review. This is done by another qualified analyst, and their job is to ensure that they agree with all of the interpretations that we've made on our data and that all of our data is properly documented. And then it also goes through an additional review called an administrative review. And this is where it says for an additional check by another qualified analyst to make sure our reports have the correct wording, that we have followed the correct case numbers, It's just another documentation that we've maintained quality.
So your peer review is multiple levels.
Correct.
Have you ever testified as an expert on forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
How many times?
I testified over 100 times.
Tender the witness, Your Honor.
No question.
No question.
No questions?
Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Imet has been tendered to you as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law will permit an expert witness to give an opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Whether or not a witness is an expert is a decision for you to make. The court is not allowed to take a position on that matter. And like any other witness, you may properly believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. Proceed.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to lab number 187119. That's a lab number that is associated with this case, correct?
That is correct.
And it doesn't matter if the lab items are coming from for DNA or for fingerprints, it's all under the same lab number, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And firearms too, I believe, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, we're gonna go over the items you received, because you don't do the actual collection, right?
That is correct. They are all collected and brought into the laboratory and submitted to us.
Okay, understood. And before we get into the science of things, the crux of what you're doing, you are receiving items that you don't know where the source of the item came from, meaning you don't know who deposited the source, correct?
Yes, we call those question samples or evidentiary samples.
Okay, and for purposes so that we can keep it super simple, it's an unknown source,
Correct.
right? And then you also have items that are a known source, that you do know where the source of the material or the DNA came from, right?
Right. We call those reference standards. So those are standards where it's either a blood draw from a known individual, or sometimes it's what we call a buccal swab, where they swab the interior of a known individual's interior of his mouth, and then they collect it under that person's name.
And so before we get into the science of it, is part of what the ultimate goal of what you're trying to do is to compare the unknown to the known to be able to either eliminate or identify the source?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're gonna keep track of what's unknown and what's known, okay?
Okay.
So let's start with the items that you received. Before we talk about that, there were two types of DNA analysis that were utilized in this case, correct?
Correct.
Meaning RMP and star mix.
So the DNA process was the same. The only thing that changed was our method for statistical analysis. So once I make an association between a question sample and a known sample, if I say there's an association between those two, I have to tell you, the jury, how important that association is. We do what we call statistics. Now, back in 2018, when we first started this case, we were using a statistical method called RMP. And then technology has now changed, and more recently, we're now starting to use a new method called star mix.
All right, so the RMP stands for random match probability.
That's correct.
That's not an outdated procedure. It's just a procedure that it's just a procedure that commonly is used with single source data, correct?
Correct.
And the star mix, that more current procedure that's used for statistical data, what is that used for?
So we use it on everything, but it was really more built for things like mixture samples, because it was very difficult to provide a statistical value on a mixture. So star mix allows us to interpret mixtures.
Now, when you say mixtures, because we haven't gotten into the science of it yet, myself and Ms. Buckaloo have used this podium several times in this trial. So if you were to swab this podium and you were to get DNA sample from myself and Ms. Buckaloo, is that what you mean by a mixture?
Right. So a mixture is when I look at a DNA profile, I can tell that there's more than one individual in that sample. That happens often with contact samples, like multiple people handle the doorknob. So I would expect to see multiple people in a sample, that kind of thing, yes.
Okay. And a single source would be just literally, as it sounds, the source of DNA is coming from one source, one person.
Correct, one individual.
All right. Okay, so let's go over some of the unknowns that, and the knowns that you received. Let's talk about, the analysis that you did where you reported on July 17th of 2018.
May I refer to my notes?
Your Honor, okay, yes.
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
July 17th of 2018.
Okay,
All right, okay. So let's go over what you received in terms of the unknowns, the reference samples. Let me get to that. All right, starting with the first one. Now, you had a bunch of different swabs that were submitted for analysis, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, so let's talk about the swabs from what it's notated as suspect vehicle, but it's the Dodge Journey.
Okay,
If you could go down the list for what you received from that car.
so I received, my item number 30 was swab of driver's window door controls from suspect's vehicle. I received item 31, which was swab of steering wheel from the suspect vehicle. Item 32, which was swab of top center console lid from suspect vehicle. Item 33, which was swab of gear selector from suspect vehicle.
And just because I see some of the jurors are taking notes, we'll just slow down just a little bit for them to write down a little bit of what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Item 34 was swab of composite of the volume, AC, and temperature controls from the suspect vehicle. And then item 35 was swab of front passenger window door control from the suspect vehicle. Okay, item 36 was swab of seat controls rear passenger seat of the suspect vehicle. Item 37, which was swab of rear passenger side window controls from the suspect vehicle. Item 38 was swab of rear driver's side window control suspect vehicle.
Okay. That was all from what we refer to as a Dodge Journey. Were there other swabs that you received regarding a neoprene mask?
Yes, I received item 39, which was swabs of black neoprene mask collected from blue, red Jordan bag.
Okay, and for reference, I understand that that's the swab, but the item, the actual item was entered into evidence. That's item 45 for the jury's reference. The neoprene mask was item 45. So the swab of 45 that you analyzed is number 39, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What other swabs did you analyze?
I also received item number 40, which was swabs of black cloth mask collected from red blue Jordan bag.
So number 40 was the swab from this mask, which has been entered into evidence as state 44. So your item number 40 is the swab of this mask, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what else did you receive?
I received standards from item 41 was buckle swab collection kit collected from witness Tanisha Clark.
Okay.
Item 42, which was the buckle swab collected from Michael Boatwright.
Okay, so those were the only two standards that you received as part of this particular analysis? Or
Correct. I did receive prior standards in a report dated from 7/6/2018 that I also used for comparison in this new report.
Okay, and what were those standards?
Okay, I received item number 17 was buckle swabs collected from Leonard Kerr. Then I received item number 22, which was buckle swabs collected from Scott LaValle.
Okay.
Item number 23 was the blood stain card collected from Mr. Onfroy.
That was collected from autopsy, I believe?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, from the medical examiner, okay.
And then I had item number 26, which was buckle swabs from Diedrich Williams.
Okay, so all of the known standards were from Tanisha Clark, Michael Boatwright, Leonard Kerr, Scott LaValle, or Scott Barbeau LaValle, Jahseh Onfroy, the victim in this case, and Dietrich Williams.
That is correct.
Okay, now, I noticed that you were saying previously entered. Are items being submitted as they're collected?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so if an item is collected after this date, it will go under the same lab number, and then it'll generate further analysis, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, there was also some previous swabs from the victim's vehicle, the BMW, that you also that you also received into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Can you go down the list of what that was?
Sure. Item 11 was swab of driver's window controls collected from victim's vehicle.
Okay,
Item 12 was swab of gear selector collected from victim's vehicle.
okay,
Item 13 was swab of media knob/dial collected from victim's vehicle. Item 14 was swab of top center console lid collected from victim's vehicle.
okay,
Item 15 was swab of passenger seat collected from victim's vehicle. Then item 16 was swab of passenger window controls collected from victim's vehicle.
all right. So that completes the list of all the unknown swabs, and then what did you do next in terms of the process for your analysis?
Okay, so once I've obtained the DNA profiles from all the question samples, I interpret it to determine if it's single source, if it's a mixture of how many contributors, and then I compare those to the standards that we've already just discussed. And if there's an association made between the standard that I received and the mixture or the single source profile, I then calculate statistics to tell you how significant that association is.
Okay,
And then I write a report.
now, did you do that in this case?
Yes,
And were you able to calculate statistics in this case as to any of the items where you were able to make an identification?
yes.
All right, so talking about the statistics, before we go to the actual item of anything that you actually identified, if you could explain to us in layman's terms, what is the significance of the statistics of DNA? Because I know there's a couple things going on. There's the science where you will look at if there's enough scientifically alleles and things like that to match. And the alleles are what? So to give us an example.
Okay, so an allele is your mother and your father each give you half of your DNA. So mom will give you one copy of your DNA, your dad will give you a different copy of your DNA. We look at roughly 24 areas of your DNA. And in those specific areas, we expect mom to give you one allele or one copy of your genetic information, and your dad to give you another copy of that genetic information. We give those alleles a numerical value, and those numerical values are recorded, and that's what we compare. So we generate all the numerical values from all the question samples, and we generate all the numerical values from all your known evidentiary, your known standards, and we do a comparison. And if there's an association made, we do stats, because you don't know, as a layman in a jury, you don't know how common or uncommon that profile is in the general population. So by giving you a statistic, I'm able to at least give you some idea of how much
rare
weight,
it is?
yeah, how rare, how much weight we should give to that association.
Okay, so there's one part of the analysis where you look at, do the alleles, does the science match?
Correct.
Okay, and then the other part of it is once you determine if there's a match based on the scientific protocols, is there how rare it is for that match?
That is correct.
So give us an example of what you mean by that when you say how rare something is.
Okay, so let's just say, for example, let's say I had blood on a shirt. I had a blood stain on a shirt. I got a DNA, I generated a single source profile from that blood stain. But then I also had the suspect standard, right? So I compared the suspect standard to that blood stain, and all the numerical numbers match up. He matches up across the board. But now, what does that mean to you as a jury? So I do what we call, in this case, I did random match probability, which is it's telling you how rare it is. So let's say I do that statistical math method and I end up with a statistic of 1 in a million. So what that means is, what's the odds that if I were to reach down, if I was an alien spaceship and I was to reach down from from this alien spaceship and grab somebody off the face of the earth, what's the odds that one person that I grab off the face of the earth match that DNA profile? If I gave you a stat of 1 in a million, that's what that means. If I was to give you a stat of 1 in 5, then you would know that there's lots of people on the face of the earth that have generated that profile. But 1 in a million is slightly more rare. If I was to give you a statistic that's in the octillions, and you know there's only 7 billion people on the face of the earth, then you know that's even a more rare profile. So that's why we give you that statistic to show you how common or how rare that profile is.
So safe to say, the higher the number in the statistic, the more rare it is.
Correct.
And sometimes you'll reach numbers that are higher than 1 million?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about some of what you did find. Now, specifically item 39, were you able to make a determination as to item 39?
Yes.
And so item 39, for us to get the reference, that's the swab of the black neoprene mask. So that's the swab of this mask. If I could put this on the leg right there, Judge? Okay. So the swab of this mask, what was the identification that you made regarding that?
Okay, so the DNA profile that I got from that specific mask was a mixture of 2 people. So that means 2 people's DNA was mixed together into my sample, right? Now, what I was able to do with this sample is I was able to resolve a major contributor. So sometimes when people's DNAs are mixed together, they're not always mixed evenly. So one person's DNA one person may have contributed so much more DNA than the other person that I'm able to actually do what we call a resolved or reduced profile, or I'm able to look at that person who gave more of DNA, right? And then treat that resolved profile as a single source profile. So when I have that single source profile, I can then compare that single source resolved profile to all of my standards. And in this particular case, Diedrich Williams is consistent with the resolved major profile. The chances of randomly selecting an unrelated individual consistent with that major profile from the evidentiary sample is rarer than 1 in 400 billion.
Okay. So what did you also calculate what the true statistics are for that sample coming from that particular item?
Yes. In our reports at that point in time, once the statistic became larger than 1,000 times the population of the United States, we just reported out greater than 1 in 400 billion. However, we do actually calculate the true statistical value. And in this case, the true statistical value was rarer than 1 in 831 octillion.
Okay, let's wrap our brains around this. What is that number?
Okay.
One rarer than 1 in
831 octillion.
Okay, so get us there. How do we wrap our brain around that?
So to talk about numbers, so you start with hundreds, right? That's the first 3 zeros. Hundreds. Then you go to thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions, septillions, octillion. So that is how large that number is in rarity, and for this particular statistic.
3 sets of that.
Correct.
So the way that you counted it, we'd have to do that 3 times in order to say that that's Diedrich Williams that matches to this
In
particular
terms
item.
of, so there's like that many zeros. So it would be like 30 followed by 30, 8.31 times 10 to the 32nd. So it's 8.31 followed by 30, it'd be 30 zeros.
Okay, a lot of zeros.
Yes.
To say.
Yes.
All right. How about item number 40? Were you able to make a determination as to item number 40, which is a swab of states 44?
Okay, so in this particular sample, I obtained a DNA profile from a single individual. So I didn't have to look at a mixture and resolve out a major profile. It was a single source individual person. And in this case, they were consistent with Michael Boatwright. And the chances of randomly selecting an unrelated individual consistent with the evidentiary sample is rarer than 1 in 400 billion. Again, the same thing. We capped it at 1 in 400 billion for reporting purposes.
Did you calculate the true statistics as to this item?
I did.
And what are the true statistics as to the item matching to states 44?
It's 929 million.
I don't think I've ever heard of that number before. Get us there. How can we wrap our brain around that?
Okay, so again, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions, septillions, octillion, 9 million. So it's, in this case, it's like 9.29 times 10 to the, I believe, like the 34th. So it'd be 9.29 followed by, or 929 followed by 32 zeros.
How many sets of that?
So it's just, it's the same, it's 32 zeros, so.
32 zeros. And so this particular item matched to Michael Boatwright with that many zeros behind the number.
Correct. I want to make sure I'm stating the correct number of zeros, but it's in the high 30s for both octillion and, or it's in the 30s for both octillion value and for 9 million.
All right. And for reference, I know you didn't collect it, but these two items were collected in the trunk
Objection to hearsay.
with other items that were collected in evidence. I know you didn't collect it, but they were collected in the Cadillac with other items in evidence like the 22 caliber. Okay, so those were the two things that you were able to identify. There were other things that either there were no results or inconclusive from your reporting on July 17th, 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's talk about that. What are some of the reasons why you would have an inconclusive determination as to an item submitted to the lab?
Okay, so a couple things. We have what's called inconclusive if I've obtained a DNA profile, but it's so minor, so what we call low, I can't, there's just nothing I can do with it. There's no statistics that I can do, there's no, it's really, I can't compare standards to it. Sometimes it's also the opposite, where I have so much complex information that it's too much to do anything with. So we have two ends. One, it's very low and uninterpretable, or I have so much information. If it's a mixture of 5 or more people, I have no way of interpreting a mixture of 5 or more people.
Okay, and so one of the things then, asking regarding your expertise, you're familiar and in your experience, you've dealt with swabs from a particular victim that was involved in a violent event.
Yes.
Murder, homicide.
Yes.
Okay, and have you ever dealt with swabs collected after a victim has been subjected to surgery?
Yes, we've had that.
Okay, and for example, in your lab, what are some of the quality controls, some of the chemicals that are used to clean, for example, your lab?
In general, please?
Yes.
Okay, so before we do any casework in our laboratories, like if I was going to start this brand new case clean, I would clean with 70% ethanol. I would clean with 10% bleach. Actually, the other way around, I do the bleach first, then the ethanol. Everything's with clean face mask, clean gloves. I wear a lab coat. We lay out clean paper. They go into brand new labeled tubes. I label as I go. I don't keep a pile of tubes ready to go. I label them as I'm taking cuttings. There's so many procedures throughout the entire process that were for quality assurance.
Now, that's for quality assurance, and ethanol, you said that ethanol was something that you used to clean to make sure there's no cross-contamination of DNA, for example.
Correct.
So ethanol, same ethanol that's used in surgical rooms.
I'm not sure because I don't work in a surgery room, but I'm assuming that they clean with bleach and probably an ethanol of some type.
Okay, so assuming, for example, in your training and experience, if Dr. Boyko testified that ethanol is used to clean in surgery rooms, that would be, I believe, the same ethanol, correct?
I would think so, yes.
Okay, and would that be something that would dilute or potentially affect the DNA results on a particular item if it was swabbed?
No, because we're cleaning prior to even opening opening that item, right? So I clean all my areas, lay down clean paper, and then I take my cutting, then I clean again and open up the next item.
Right. What I'm asking though is if an item, when I say item, say a person's neck was swabbed, but it was sterilized for surgery, would that affect potentially DNA being collected from that area?
Objection has to answer.
You may answer.
Oh, thank you. If it's been cleaned, of course, it's gonna be more, like, if they bathed, if they've washed, if they've washed it with ethanol, it's gonna be more difficult to pick up a foreign person to that person's body. That would be true.
Okay, and you would, is in your experience and training, contact DNA, so for example, touching, right?
Correct.
Would that dissipate quicker, for example, as opposed to blood DNA?
There's just a lot less of it, so if there was blood has higher concentration, so if that was to be left on the skin, and if it was just wiped off, it's possible I would still be able to get the DNA from that blood because it's so much more concentrated, versus a contact sample, which is a low level, lot less DNA, so it's more easily affected by washing or touching or abrading it in some way.
So for example, in your experience, when I'm asking you about contact DNA, so someone or a suspect trying to grab something off of a victim, possibly touching the victim's skin, and then the victim then goes into surgery, would that affect potentially collection from that area? She's an expert here.
Oh, well, go ahead.
It's a little bit difficult that's what we call activity level DNA. That's where, as a DNA analyst, I'm able to testify to what DNA I get from those samples, right?
Right.
But in terms of activity level, like how did that DNA get there? How was it removed? Those are all not something that's in my realm of expertise. You can only use your like what you've done in like real life, like what my experience is in real life. But we don't testify to activity level.
Activity, okay. And so would that be an explanation, for example, of the absence of DNA, for example?
I would assume that bathing or wiping it with ethanol would be a way of removing it. But again, I can't testify to how DNA got to something or how it was removed.
Correct. All right. Now, what are some of the items that you were not able to report results on?
Okay.
We're still talking about the July 17th reporting.
Sure. Okay, so let's talk, for example, DNA results were not obtained from item 31, which item 31 was the steering wheel from the suspect vehicle.
Okay.
The DNA results from item 32 were inconclusive.
What does that mean?
Inconclusive, in this particular case, I used the wording inconclusive for comparisons due to insufficient data. It means that I may have seen a peak or two, but it's not enough to do any kind of comparisons with. It was really low level data. It didn't reach our requirement to be able to do any kind of interpretation.
So there are scientific protocols, not only for your field, nationally, but also internationally, of a certain level or certain standard that you have to meet in order to be able to. In order for you to be able to report on, correct?
Yes, we have standards within our laboratory that need to be met before we can report on those.
Okay, and if those standards are not met, then are you able to make any determination as to the sample?
No, once we've determined it, we have an option once we're as an analyst, when we're interpreting a sample, is there enough information for interpretation? If there is, we go ahead and do the comparisons to the standards. If we determine that sample to be inconclusive, meaning there's not enough data there, then we can do nothing with it. We can't do stacks, we can't do interpretation, we can't do comparisons to standards.
Okay, and when you say insufficient data, meaning not enough DNA, is that another way of saying it?
Correct.
Okay, so it's too little DNA in order to do anything with.
That's correct.
All right, and so where, out of the unknowns that you received, what qualified under that category of it was inconclusive?
Let's see, so for inconclusive, we had, okay, so that's first one I gave you, which was item 31, 32, I'm sorry, was inconclusive due to insufficient data.
Okay, how about number 35?
35, 36, 37, and 38 were interpreted as mixtures, but they were too complex and too partial, meaning there's data there, but the alleles weren't called. I couldn't determine how many contributors were in that mixture. It was just too.
Okay, and scientifically, there was nothing further that you could do, so that's why you had to report it that way.
Correct.
Okay, and how about the remainder of the samples, or was that all for the inconclusive?
That's all for the inconclusive, I believe.
Okay, And was there anything else that you couldn't report, for example, any results?
Let's see. Oh, I did have a no results we talked about was item 31. Item 30, which was swab of the driver's window and door controls from the suspect's vehicle, I defer to another report for later on.
Okay, and so you were able to ultimately make a determination as to that? Or not?
Or at least I reported on it later, in a
Okay.
later report.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. That was item 30?
Item 30.
Okay, and so the only conclusive matches that you were able to make, or identifications, I
All right,
guess.
other than associations.
Associations.
Okay.
And
yes.
that's a term of art in your field, correct?
Yes,
All right, were items 39 and 40.
correct.
All right, let's talk about the reporting that you did for August 21st of 2018.
Okay.
And as we're skipping to that report, the items that were inconclusive doesn't mean, and I'm asking you this, does it mean that a particular person did not or did touch that item?
I mean, I can make no conclusion one way or the other. If they could have touched it, they could not have touched it. I have no way of knowing. Can't do anything with it.
Okay, so it's possible somebody could have touched it, possible they didn't.
Correct.
And how about the items that you received? There's no way for you to scientifically tell when an item was placed there or
No,
not.
DNA is not timestamped, so I can't tell you when the DNA was deposited on whatever surface it was left on.
Okay,
I
and
can tell you-
that's outside of your umbrella of what you do, correct? All right. All right, let's talk about August 21st of 2018. Let's go over the unknowns that you received and the knowns that you received.
Okay, in this particular report, the only thing I did differently was I received two new standards. I received item number 46, which was the buckle swabs from Robert Allen, and item 47, which was buckle swabs from Trayvon Newsom.
Okay,
So I compared those standards to the previous samples that were left unidentified.
and were you able to, oh, well, before we say if you made any association, let's go over the unknowns that you received or that you were analyzing it against.
Okay, so I went back and compared those two standards from Robert Allen and Trayvon Newsom to evidence that was previously submitted. So item 12, which was the swab of the gear selector collected from the victim's vehicle.
From the BMW, okay.
Okay, item 13, which was swab of media knob and dial collected from the victim's vehicle.
All right,
Item 18, which was swabs of left fingernails collected from the victim. Item 19, which was swabs of right fingernails collected from the victim. Item 20, which was swabs of neck collected from the victim. Item 21,
and remember, go slow enough so that the jurors can write down what you're saying, because I see them fervently copying some things.
no
Okay.
problem. Okay, are we ready for the next one?
Okay,
Okay, 21, which was swabs of a necklace collected from victim. Item 23, where I did use the standard from Mr. Onfroy,
which you previously had.
correct. Item 26, which was a standard from Dietrich Williams, which I previously had.
Okay,
Let's see, and then item 34, which I previously examined, which was swab of composite volume, AC, and temperature controls from the suspect vehicle.
that would be from the Dodge Journey, okay?
Okay, item 39, which was the black neoprene mask that we talked about earlier.
Okay,
Item 40 was the swabs of the black cloth mask that we talked about earlier. And then I had a standard that I talked about earlier, item 41, which was from Tanisha Clark.
okay. So, out of all of those items, the knowns and the unknowns, did you make any associations?
I was able to make an association with item 34, which was the swab of the composite volume, AC, and temperature controls from the suspect vehicle.
And who did you make the association to?
Okay, first of all, it was a mixture of 3 people. So there's 3 people in this mixture. Assuming Tanisha Clark, which the reason I was able to assume her was one, she was in the mixture, but two, it was her car, right? So because she was the owner of that car, I expect to see her DNA profile there. I assumed her and she was the minor contributor. Then there was a foreign major contributor that was deduced, a foreign major. The foreign major was consistent with Robert Allen. And the chances of randomly selecting an unknown, unrelated individual consistent with that major profile is rarer than 1 in 400 billion.
Did you do the true statistics on that? Or no?
I did.
Okay,
Give me 1 second to find that one.
sure. And while you're looking up, that's the
Sidebar, please.
Quintillions, sextillions, septillions. So it's 1.91 times 10 to the 6. 24. Followed by, so it's 1.91 followed by 22 zeros.
Okay,
Large number.
as to Robert Allen touching the volume and AC knob in the Dodge Journey.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Were there any other categories that you weren't able to report out as to the unknowns? Speaking about the August 21st reporting.
So I was able to exclude Robert Allen and Trayvon Newsome from the major profiles from items 18 and 39, which 18 was the left-hand fingernails collected from the victim, and 39 was the black neoprene mask. Robert Allen and Trayvon Newsome were also excluded from item 12, which was the swab of the gear selector from the victim's vehicle.
From the BMW, okay.
Item 13, which was the swab of the media knob/dial collected from the victim's vehicle. Item 19, which was swabs from the right-hand fingernails collected from the victim. Number 20, which was swabs of the neck collected from the victim. And item 21, which was swabs of the necklace collected from the victim. I also was able to exclude them as contributors to item 40. So I was able to exclude Robert Allen and Trayvon Newsom from item 40, which was swabs of the black cloth collected from the blue and red Jordan bag.
Okay. And similar to when you were discussing your July reporting, reasons that contact DNA would not be on the victim could potentially include the victim went through surgery and had gone through was sanitized before surgery, right?
Anything's possible. He could bathed, washed, had clothes, but again, like I can't really testify to activity level.
Because you don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how DNA got there or didn't get there. Or if it was there and washed away, I would have no way of knowing.
All I'm asking is if it's possible. Don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, if we could talk about, there were some additional identifications that you made in 2019 under your June 21st, 2019 reporting.
Yes.
And specifically, the unknown that you were analyzing, I'm talking about item 12.
Okay.
You received item 12 for analysis. That was a swab of the gear selector from the BMW.
That's correct.
What were some of the known samples that you received that you hadn't already received before?
The only one I believe that we have not yet talked about was Genesis Sanchez.
Okay, the victim's girlfriend, Genesis Sanchez?
Yes, I received her profile back in, let me see. Pardon me first. Flipping
Sure.
back and forth. Oh, on report dated 7/30/2018, I received a standard from Genesis Sanchez. That was item number 45. She's the only one left that we had not discussed.
Right, so same like you did, as you're getting stuff in contemporaneous, you also received Genesis Sanchez. You also had all the other standards and you compared all of them to the unknown profiles that hadn't been resolved yet?
Correct.
And did you make an association when you added Ms. Sanchez's profile in?
Yes, but now this is where we switch from the different mathematics. Well, earlier we were talking about random match probability, which we did with like single source profiles or profiles where I was able to resolve a major contributor and did random match probability. This is the first report where we switched over to our new statistical method called StarMix, which is a probabilistic genotyping software. And this is where it is.
I know, I'm sorry, when you say switched over, that was in 2019. That's the current method that's used for multiple sources, correct?
That's correct. We use this now. And we use it on single sources and mixture profiles. It's just our new statistics.
Okay, and so which item were you able to make an association with?
I was able to make an association with item 12. It was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, and the DNA results are at least 2.05 million times more likely that Mr. Onfroy and his girlfriend, Genesis Sanchez, than if they originated from Mr. Onfroy and an unrelated unknown individual. It provides very strong support that Genesis Sanchez is a contributor to that mixture.
So said another way, his girlfriend, the victim and his girlfriend were found, their DNA was found in his car.
Yes, that they were consistent with that mixture,
All
yes.
right, no surprise there. Okay. Now, there were some other mixtures, and without confusing the matter, there were other mixtures that were found. And when they're found, what do you do when they're so low that you can't make an association or report on it?
Basically, all my report will say is due to limited data, this profile is uninterpretable. Or I forgot what the exact wording is. I have to refer to my report, but basically that it's due to insufficient data, there's nothing I can do with it.
Okay. And that happens especially in a case like this where you have multiple sources of DNA or swabs coming in for an investigation this large, correct?
It's typical in the cases this large. It's also typical by the type of samples collected. When you're doing a lot of touch or contact samples, it's not unusual to have them be insufficient.
And when we say insufficient, I know you talked about numbers being followed by 8 zeros or 9 or 27. What are we talking about in terms of the numerical value? How low are we talking about?
Like let's say it usually happens when I have like 2 alleles, and we're looking at 24 different areas of your DNA. I'm expecting to have 2 alleles at each of those locations. I might have just 2 alleles pop up. So
2, not 2 followed by 0, just 2.
2. So 2 alleles. The statistics would be inconsequential. They're useless. It would be what we would call adventitious. Like you just may happen to have contributed to that profile and it means nothing.
Okay. Another layman's term, it's garbage. You can't do anything with it.
Right.
And did you have that in this case where it was just so little, you couldn't do anything with it?
I had a couple of samples like that were, or at least one for sure, where I said due to insufficient data. I believe that was like 30, item 32 was inconclusive for comparisons due to insufficient data. That just means it was just too low, couldn't do anything with it.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Couple more questions. You've been trained on statistical data, calculating statistical data?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's something that in addition to your biology major, as part of your training and experience, the numbers that you calculated and testified to today, how are you able to make those determinations?
Okay, so we undergo statistical training. So once we switched from random match probability, random match probability has been in existence for years. I even learned random match probability while I was working for the Indiana State Police. It did not change when it came to Broward Sheriff's Office. Once we switched over from the probabilistic genotyping, which is the star mix statistical method, we underwent tons of training, multiple 40-hour classes, at least one 40-hour class. We had Dr. Buckleton come to our laboratory and do additional training. We've gone annually, we have annual training on star mix. So it's just a continuing development of training for that product.
Okay, so you're well versed in that. And when items are being submitted to the lab for DNA testing, as a DNA analyst, are you trained to be able to know what types of items that are swabbed could have a better chance of getting a DNA profile versus others?
It's hard to say. Sometimes you're surprised. You'll get like a swab that seems to be a contact sample and you get tons of DNA. And then other times you'll get a contact sample and then that you would have expected to have DNA and it doesn't. So you really have no way of knowing just by looking at the swab or the item description of knowing how much DNA is going to be in that sample until we actually do it.
Okay. When you mentioned a phrase about too complex, what does that mean?
Okay, so there are a couple samples that we had to drop because they were too complex, which means what I was seeing was multiple peaks, but they were below our threshold. So we have, so our alleles, in order for them to be called, the DNA looks like an electrophoregram, a series of peaks and valleys. Those peaks must have to reach a minimum threshold for us to even detect them, right? So I would have a couple peaks that came up over that analytical threshold, but then I'd see several peaks that were under it. Maybe in one location I saw like 7 peaks, and another location I saw 5 peaks. It was just too complex. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. There wasn't enough call from any one individual. There's just too much data. Sometimes I had to do it as well because our laboratory is only able to look at mixtures up to 4 contributors. So when there's more than 4 people in a mixture, it looks like a jumbled mess, and we can't really do much with it at this point in time.
So something like a rental car where multiple people could have handled it, and there's potential for more than 4.
Then I would, if it's more than 4, I wouldn't be able to do anything.
Or how about something like there's 4 suspects and an owner making it 5? Then would that be a reason?
That takes it over the edge of my limit of 4.
Okay, so a visual on what you did, Mr. Kimmock has utilized his yellow pad, so I'll utilize my white one.
No objection.
This is a very crude picture, but when
Okay.
you're talking about the standard or the peak, is this what you mean?
Yep.
So what looks like a peak above the line, is that what you're counting in terms when you said there's two or versus however many?
Correct, but then there's very obviously peaks below the analytical threshold. So this would be, our
If you need to
analytical.
step down, you can.
Okay.
Judge, is it okay if Ms.
Yes.
Ina steps down?
So this would be what we consider our analytical threshold. So anything up beyond this, or the computer system would actually mark this as an allele and give it an allele call, a numerical value. Anything that's below our analytical threshold is clearly there, but it doesn't mark it. And so when I'm looking at this, it may not even be, this is just one location. We look at 24 different locations. So throughout that location, throughout that profile, I might see it where 4 peaks are above the analytical on one location. So it's starting to get too ugly where I can't tell you number of contributors, some's dropping out, some people are there, but they're dropping out over time. We have a thing called degradation. The older the sample is, it has like a ski slope effect. So then it'll drop below as you look at the profile across the board, it will have like a ski slope and I'll lose an allele. So like, it just becomes too complex.
Okay, and so with respect to Broward Sheriff's Office protocol,
Correct.
national and international standards, these are standards that you have to go by. So if there isn't enough data, you can't interpret it and you can't report on it, correct?
Correct. Now, it is up to the interpretation of the analyst that's doing the interpretation. So I might look at this and say, oh, I can't do anything, this is too complex. But we have a peer review. So my technical reviewer who is doing the technical review of this data also has to agree that this is uninterpretable data. So and then we have that administrative reviewer, they also have to agree that this is uninterpretable.
Okay, so after it goes through those 3 tiers of review and analysis, that's why you're able to report on something or determine that it's inconclusive or that there's insufficient data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One last thing, because you talked about 2 different types of systems of calculating statistical data, the RMP and the star mix.
Correct.
The fact that the star mix is one of the newer methods used to calculate the statistical data, does that mean that RMP is bad and the new way is good?
No.
Okay.
So let's think of it, okay, because everybody my age, I'm almost 50. You guys all look so young, but remember back in the day when you had to physically walk to the television and turn the channel, right? It was still an effective method. You still turned the channel. You were still able to put on what you wanted. But as technology has evolved, I can now sit on my couch and use my remote. It's the same, the result is the same. I'm able to now change the channel just like I was by turning the dial, but now it's more sophisticated. I can press the actual number, I can mute it, I can turn it on and off. It's just a more sophisticated method of doing the same type of mathematics. We're able to, this last picture, I thought, I'm so sorry.
Like compute the data?
Yeah, so it uses more, that's what I'm trying to say, it uses more of the data. So when we used RMP, it only considered, you know how she had those peak heights? It only considered the alleles, what the number that was actually called. This new star mix uses all of the data, degradation index, your amplification, your peak height ratios, it uses your,
There's my artwork again.
yes, do you mind if I stand?
Judge?
Please.
Okay, so Star Mix is fascinating now because now it uses all of this data. Prior to Star Mix, we would only use any allele that was called. Oh, Star Mix still uses alleles that are called, but let's just say it would just, let's say we gave it the number 15 and it gave this number 18, so 15 and 18. For that RMP stat, it would just use that number. It would just use what's the frequency of item 15 times the frequency of item 18. Now with Star Mix, it considers everything. It considers how tall the peaks are. It considers amplification efficiency. It considers degradation. Now, I talked about earlier, like if the DNA starts to break down, you start to see a ski slope kind of format. It actually considers degradation. So it's just a more sophisticated way of doing statistics.
No further questions. Thank you, Yarn.
All right, so before cross, we'll take 5 minutes.
Crime Stoppers material where these clients were in fact, information was given about them. I didn't feel that was correct. However, the court, feels obviously is the most crucial issue here. If that does not open the door, I simply intend to show Detective Curcio and refresh his recollection. And if the court feels that opens the door to other information in those boxes, I would do it.
I'd like to respond when Your Honor allows me to. Yes, Your Honor. So as Mr. Rivera stated, we are in fact objecting on the basis he indicated, but also others. So the first is, yes, we believe that it would open the door to other tips that came in. And as Your Honor has ruled previously in this trial, tips are not supposed to be coming in this trial. They have been mentioned, but to now try to enter them in and talk about them more would just go in furtherance of what your Honor's orders had not to do in the first place. What's on those potential tips is hearsay. One, we can't authenticate them. They're from an anonymous source, basically. So we don't just allow anonymous tipsters to just come in here and testify without authenticating it, corroborating it, things of that nature. Also, we can't tell when those photographs were taken, things of that nature, and for all those reasons that Your Honor is shaking his head, we feel that those should not come in because it would also open the door to the tips that came in about the defendants and their involvement in this case.
Okay. If Detective Curcio gets called back in and you want to use these to refresh his recollection as to whether there were pictures of other people throwing money, that's not exactly coming into evidence if he says he doesn't remember there being other pictures. And then, I mean, a person can really use anything they want to refresh someone's recollection.
Correct, Your Honor, but the evidence is the testimony from Detective Curcio stating there were other people in the tips that came in flashing money, but that's still evidence. So we're bringing up tips from anonymous sources. What he says is evidence.
I think he's already discussed, though, that there were 1,500 or more.
It's close to 5,000.
5,000, whatever. He testified that there were tons of things that came in. I don't know that it's harmful to say some of them include pictures of people flashing money. And his testimony was, I think he didn't recall any specifically, but he didn't doubt that they might be there. So
Correct.
to that effect.
Absolutely, and I actually told him, I said, if I showed them to you, would it refresh your recollection? He said, yes. I said, maybe I will.
So, Your Honor, then I would ask that we be allowed to ask, were there also tips regarding the defendants in there? Because that's within the same line of questioning.
Might exceed the scope, I think. In my argument.
Well, it would be our scope first because we're going first, so.
Well, I mean, I'm giving you the opportunity, whatever the court rules, I have no problem either way. I don't think it's a big point. I just asked, I did something in front of the jury and I don't like to leave it hanging. I told them I would bring them in. I have, they're there. My credibility is a little bit at stake, but I don't think that's a big problem. Whatever the court wants to rule, if this opens the door to all that, then
I think we're getting, the difficulty is that I think we are getting into somewhat of a collateral matter. There was some testimony that there were 5,000 things, that most of it was nothing. And
or Jake came in, in all honesty.
And this just highlights the fact that there was more things of nothing there. So I think consistent with the evidentiary rule that says when a witness gives an answer on a collateral matter, you're kind of stuck with it. This isn't really impeaching. I understand what you're saying, but it's in some ways it's just asking them, well, would these be some of the things, but it leads nowhere because they're of no evidentiary value because again, they're just anonymous photos with no context and whether they came from a tip line or if I go on to Instagram right now and in the little
you'll see
thing and I type in the search bar flashing money, millions of images will come up
Absolutely.
that are not related to this case either.
Absolutely.
So, I think, we best not go there as it would be, misleading, confusing, and turning away from the issues, at trial. But if you'd like them marked as appellate exhibits, I can do that.
Let's do that, Judge, and I'll accept your ruling and respectfully object from there.
Thank you. So we can, actually, these were IDs different, but I'll make them one composite appellate exhibit of the defense exhibits that were rejected.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, we have Mr. Boatwright will join and, join his objection.
So, and Mr. B also is joining?
Yes.
All right. Also, oh, thank you. When you stood up and asked for the restroom break, I thought you were just standing up saying no questions.
No,
No? Yellow pad?
no, yeah, we got OJ come back.
All right, are we ready to get underway?
Please, ready, Judge.
Bring them up.
Good drawing. Very pretty.
No, never mind that way, I just.
And the peaks are more pointy, not as rounded.
Exactly. I wasn't gonna correct her.
Yeah, no, that's-
She saw the dog on the picture.
I was like,
What are you drawing? I mean, like, it's not, it's perfect. Well, it is perfect in my mind.
Jurors are entering.
Parties may be seated, court will come to order, parties to present, jurors are present, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is still on stand, you're on oath, cross-examined.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I want to start with all, so the jury knows all of the known standards that you received in doing your analysis in this case. Am I correct that you received the known DNA standard of Jahseh Onfroy?
Yes,
You received the known DNA standard of Genesis Sanchez?
that's correct.
You received the known DNA standard of Leonard Kerr?
Yes,
You received the known DNA standard of Scott LaValle?
correct.
You received the known DNA standard of Tanisha Clark?
Yes,
You received the known DNA standard of Robert Allen?
yes,
You received the known DNA standard of Diedrich Williams?
yes,
You received the known DNA standard of Michael Boatwright?
yes,
And you received the known DNA standard of Trayvon Newsom?
that's correct.
Are there any additional known DNA standards that you received in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
I want to start then in your analysis. I want to start by talking about, let's start with J01. Am I correct that you received a swabs that were labeled by the crime scene detective as J01?
Correct. That is my item number 18.
Okay. Perfect. So I'm gonna go in here. 18. And am I correct that J01, item number 18, was 2 swabs from the victim, from the left fingernails of the victim?
Let me double check to make sure it was 2 swabs. I would have that in my case description, item description. 18. Yes, it contained 2 swabs.
And 2 swabs of the left fingernails of the victim,
That's correct.
Victim. Now, am I correct that you were able to obtain DNA profiles from item 18?
I did, yes.
And am I correct that the profile that you received was a mixture from two separate contributors?
That is correct.
And we use the word contributors, that's essentially people, right?
Correct.
So a mixture from two people. So
Yes, 2 people's fine.
underneath the victim's left fingernails was the DNA from 2 separate people, correct?
Correct.
I would assume, you can correct me if this is a bad assumption, I would assume that one of those people was the victim himself, correct?
That is correct. Mr. Onfroy was one of the contributors.
Okay. Now, the second contributor, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Am I correct that that on, let me get the date here. As part of your July 17th report, you compared the known DNA of Michael Boatwright to the mixture of sample 18.
One more time, what was the report date?
July 17th.
July 17th. Okay, so I compared item 18. Okay, so I compared Mr. Boatwright and Tanisha Clark to the major profile. The minor profile was insufficient for further comparison. So although I'm able to say that that profile from that fingernail it had 2 people, the second person was so minor that I could do nothing with it. So any subsequent standards that I received, I could only compare to that major profile. I could not compare it to the minor contributor.
And am I correct that Michael Boatwright was excluded as a contributor?
He was excluded as a contributor to the major profile. Yes.
And am I correct that on August 21st, you compared, as part of your report on August 21st, you compared the known DNA sample of Trayvon Newsom to the mixture in item 18?
And Trayvon Newsom was excluded as a contributor to the major profile from item 18.
Okay, so both Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsom were excluded from the major profile of item 18.
That is correct.
And am I correct then that as you sit here now, you have never made an association with the second profile that is underneath the left fingernails from item 18?
And I will never be able to do that because it is insufficient for further comparisons. It was just a low-level minor contributor.
Okay, so the answer is yes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's talk about JO2.
Okay, that is my item 19.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
JO2 was 2 swabs of the right fingernails of the victim, correct?
That is correct.
All right. I would assume, am I correct that you obtained a mixture of 2 people from the swabs from these fingernails?
That is correct.
And JO3, what is the number, what is your lab number for JO3?
Is item number 20. And it was swabs of the neck collected from the victim.
And that's what we have here, swabs of neck of the victim. And am I correct that JO3, swabs of neck from the victim, also contained a mixture of 2 people?
That is correct.
Am I correct in assuming let's go back to the right fingernails, 2 swabs of right fingernails.
Okay, my item 19?
Your item 19. Would I be correct in assuming that one of those contributors was the victim?
That is correct.
On July 17th, am I correct that you compared item 19 with the known DNA of Michael Boatwright?
I did.
And am I correct that he was excluded as a contributor?
He was excluded.
Am I correct that on August 21st of 2018, you compared item 19, swabs from the right fingernails, to a Trayvon Newsom?
I did.
And am I correct that he was also excluded as a contributor?
He was excluded.
Referring now to item 20, J03. Am I correct in assuming that the victim, Jahseh Onfroy, is one of the contributors of the DNA from his own neck?
He was.
And am I correct that on July 17th of 2018, you compared that mixture to the known DNA of Michael Boatwright?
I did.
And am I correct that he was excluded as a contributor to item 20?
Yes, he was excluded.
Am I correct that on August 21st, you compared, or you compared the known DNA of Trayvon Newsom to item 20?
I did.
And am I correct that Trayvon Newsom was excluded as a contributor to that mixture?
You are correct. He was excluded.
The state talked a little bit about things in an ER room, in an emergency room, could impact whether DNA was found in a particular location, correct?
Correct.
All right. Anything like that wouldn't delete, there's nothing that would delete some DNA and not delete others, correct?
I see where you're going, but if it's from his own body, even if he bathed and you, anybody, if you bathed and you
Sure.
washed away all of the other extraneous DNA.
His DNA,
you would
Mr.
still-
Onfroy's DNA would still be there.
Correct. Correct.
There is, in 18, 19, and 20, there was a foreign DNA
Correct.
to Mr. Onfroy there,
That
correct?
is correct.
All right, so anything that was, there's no like cleaning substance that would delete some DNA, some foreign DNA, but not delete other foreign DNA.
Correct. It would either clean it or not clean it.
Am I correct that you received a item J08A identified as 2 swabs of necklace in this case?
Yes, that is my item number 21.
And am I correct that J08A was a mixture of 2 contributors?
Yes, it was.
Would I be correct in assuming that one of those contributors was the victim, Jahseh Onfroy?
That is correct.
On July 17th, am I correct that you compared the known DNA standard of Michael Boatwright to item 21, swabs of necklace?
I did.
And am I correct that you excluded Michael Boatwright from item 21?
I did, yes.
Am I correct that in August, should have the date memorized by now, August 21st of 2018, you compared the known DNA standard of Trayvon Newsom to that mixture of 2 people?
I did.
And am I correct that you excluded Trayvon Newsom from being a contributor to item 21?
Yes, Trayvon Newsom was excluded.
So again, item 21, mixture of two people, Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsom were excluded from it.
That is correct.
Let's talk about the mask. You received an item labeled WC2A in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
WC2A was swabs from a black neoprene mask.
Yes, my item 39.
And am I correct that you identified that as a mixture originating from two contributors?
That is correct.
You indicated on direct Dedrick Williams was one of the contributors to that black neoprene mask.
That is correct.
Correct. Am I correct that you were never able to make an association of who the second contributor to that black neoprene mask?
That is correct. That minor contributor was insufficient for comparisons.
So as you sit here now, again, we don't know who that second contributor was.
That is correct.
I want to talk about, you received an item labeled DNA 8 in this case, correct?
Yes, that's item 34.
And that was the volume and AC and temperature controls from suspect vehicle,
That's correct.
correct? And am I correct that DNA 8 actually yielded a mixture of 3 individuals?
That is correct.
You determined that Robert Allen was one of the contributors of that mixture, correct?
Let me double check. Yes, and report dated 8/21/2018. Robert Allen was identified as a possible contributor.
You also, I think, testified on direct that you assumed that Tanisha Clark was one of the contributors, and you also saw her DNA in there as well.
That is correct. She was one of the minor contributors.
So Robert Allen is in there, Tanisha Clark is in there. Am I correct that you do not know who the third contributor to that mixture is?
That is correct.
Let's talk about DNA 7, gear selector from the suspect vehicle. Did you obtain a sample identified as DNA 7?
Yes, that was my item number 33.
And am I correct that that DNA 7, item 33, the gear selector, you identified as a mixture from 2 individuals?
I did, yes.
And you determined that Tanisha Clark, the owner of the vehicle, was one of the contributors to DNA 7?
That's correct.
Am I correct that you were not able to make an association as to who the second DNA that was in that mixture belongs to?
Correct. It was insufficient for comparison.
Now I want to talk about some of the items in which you received which you indicated you received inconclusive results.
Okay,
And try to explain a little bit about what that means to the jury. So, am I correct, you received an item identified as DNA 6?
yes, that is my item number 32.
Okay. And there was DNA in that sample, correct?
Yes, there was DNA in that sample.
And you're just unable to tell us anything about whose DNA that was.
Correct. There was DNA there. It was too low, insufficient for any kind of comparison.
Same with DNA 10. Am I correct that you received in
Yes, that is my item number 35.
that? You're finishing my question before I ask it.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Am I correct that you obtained DNA from item 35?
I did, yes.
And am I correct that we're unable to tell who that DNA belongs to?
Correct.
Am I correct that you obtained a sample labeled DNA 16 in this case?
Yes, that's my item number 36.
And that was labeled as seat controls, rear passenger side seat, correct?
I have rear passenger seat suspect vehicle.
Okay, I'm sorry, rear passenger seat?
It just says swap of seat controls, rear passenger seat suspect vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Am I correct that you obtained, that there was DNA in that sample, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, there's a mixture of DNA in that sample,
That's
correct?
correct.
But you're unable to tell us anything about whose DNA that belongs.
That is correct. It was inconclusive.
Am I correct you received an item labeled DNA 17?
Yes, that's my item number 37.
Am I correct that there was DNA in that sample?
Yes.
There was a mixture of DNA in that sample, correct? But am I correct that you are unable to tell us anything about whose DNA that is?
That's correct. It was still too complex to do any kind of interpretation.
Let's look at DNA 19. Am I correct? You obtained or you received an item in this case labeled DNA 19.
Yes, that's my item number 38.
And there was DNA in that sample, item 38, correct?
Yes.
It was a mixture of DNA, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you're unable to tell us whose DNA that is,
Correct. It was uninterpretable, too complex.
Did you ever receive an item labeled MEO7?
Yes. As my item number 24.
And that was right finger clipping?
Correct. I did not examine it because we already had swabs from those same fingernails.
Yeah, the swabs are, you would just swab the clippings anyway. Right?
Exactly, and they were already done, so the best option for the best results were the first swabs.
Same with MEO8, left fingernail clippings.
Correct.
Your item number there.
Item 25.
And you didn't do anything with those fingernail clippings.
I did not, because again, I already had the swabs.
You have shared with us how you number the items that come in when they come into your lab. So something will come in J01, you'll give it a new number,
That's correct.
And you do that with known samples too, correct?
That is correct.
Did you receive, well, you have testified about receiving a known sample from Michael Boatwright in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And that was, it came to you as MV1, correct?
Correct.
What number did you give MV1 when you received it?
Item 42.
And item 42 is what you end up making an association with the black cloth mask, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury, please, what item number 47 was?
47 was the buckle swabs from Trayvon Newsom.
So Michael Boatwright, 42, Trayvon Newsom, 47.
Correct.
Correct? Am I correct that in one of your reports in August of 2018, you mislabeled Trayvon Newsom as being item 42?
That is correct. I made a typographical error.
You made that error twice in that same report, correct?
Correct. I was consistent in my error.
Okay. And this report went through the normal peer review process, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It was missed by the peer review process as well, correct?
That's correct.
And that you identified that identification of Trayvon Newsom as item 42. That report, I guess, stayed that way until you wrote a new report the following year, correct?
Correct.
It was about 9 months later, correct?
I believe so. It went from August to, I didn't rewrite the amended report until June of 2019.
All right. So in August of 2018, item 42, you identified as belonging to Trayvon Newsom. In June of 2019, you wrote a new report amending that, correct?
Amending the item number. The name was still the same. It was still Trayvon Newsom, but I erroneously used the number 42 instead of 47.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, Judge?
May
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm not going to re-ask questions related to Trayvon Newsom. You've also testified about that already, so the jury's heard. Let me give you a hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm sitting here with Mr. Newsom. He's on trial. Tells me he's very nervous and his neck is very tight. If I start massaging his neck, is it possible I'm leaving my DNA on his neck by doing that?
Like I told you earlier, I can't testify to the activity level, but I would expect that you could possibly leave DNA behind. It's one of those hypotheticals that could happen.
And that's because every cell of the body has DNA, correct?
Correct.
So if my fingers were sweaty, the moisture from my fingers may have left DNA on his neck, correct?
Yes.
Epithelial cells, what are those? Can you explain that?
Those are your skin cells that are all over your body. They're an internal organs or an external organs or hands. Those are shed. That's usually when we talk about contact or touch DNA, or it's you leaving epithelial cells behind.
So that could also have been on his neck from what I just did, massaging his neck, my epithelial cells from my fingers.
Correct.
But maybe not, because there's no abrasive surface there to rub off those.
And I don't know things like how are you a shedder? There are so many things that go into that. That's why we can't testify to activity, because I have no way of knowing, are you a shedder? Are you not a shedder? Are you sweaty or you're not sweaty? Was there an abrasive collar that you would have, slipped your hand on and left skin on his?
I assure you I'm sweaty.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Gotcha. Let me show you what's in evidence. Marked as, I believe, 38 for this. This is a rather large gold necklace. You'd agree with me, right?
Yes.
Now, on this side of the necklace, the side that would normally be worn towards the body, it's a fairly smooth surface.
Okay.
Would you agree with me if someone touched that surface you might or might not leave epithelial cells.
One way or the other, yeah,
Couldn't
could tell.
But if this was worn this way, with these diamond chips everywhere, and I rub my fingers across it, wouldn't it be more likely I would leave epithelial cells because of the abrasive surface than the smooth surface?
But several articles that I've read, they do talk about how you leave DNA behind, and it's more likely if you have an abraded surface. However, I don't have a particular study on that particular necklace, and I don't want to speak to the activity level.
Understood, and I know you're being very careful. and
I'm
cautious.
trying.
We appreciate that, thank you so much. And again, while the state talked about in a surgical procedure, they may have washed the skin of an individual, and that may have caused DNA to be removed. That necklace wasn't washed. If it was touched in abrasive fashion, in a rough fashion, it's likely epithelial cells at the very least would have been left behind, isn't it?
If it was not cleaned, again, these are all such hypotheticals.
I'm sorry, I'm
so-
using evidence from other parts of the trial. That's not
Yes,
fair to you.
I'm very skeptical about talking about activity level. There aren't enough studies, but it has not been washed. I expect DNA to be there, regardless of who touched it, who didn't touch it. If it was worn, I expect persons who wore it to be on there.
Sure.
And in terms of contact, it depends on persistence, how long that person touched it, how aggressively they touched it. There's so many things that I cannot testify to that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Lori.
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I want to turn your attention to item 39, which was the black DMP mask.
Okay,
You testified that there was two types of DNA, correct?
correct.
One being my client's, and the other one was you could pinpoint whose it was.
Okay, so let's back up. Who's your client?
I'm sorry, Deidre Williams.
Yes, so in terms of Dietrich Williams, he is consistent with resolved major profile from that item.
And then the other DNA profile was not, it was inconclusive, or how did you label it?
Let's see. The results from the minor contributor are inconclusive for comparisons. So I am seeing evidence of a second contributor. It's just so low and so minor that there's nothing I can do with it. So I couldn't even use it for comparisons.
And would that have been the same result if you would have used the star mix?
No, with Star Mix, I can put the whole profile in as a mixture. What I would probably get though, it'd be statistics from all the comparisons, but there's gonna be in that low level adventitious range. So it's still, back in this time in 2018, we didn't have Star Mix, so I can only interpret major, minors, etc. But with Star Mix, it would interpret the entire mixture, but it is so low and so minor that I would expect the statistics to be in that adventitious range or even like the minor exclusions.
Okay. And none of the samples that you took in this particular case that were, is it RMP?
Oh yes, RMP, random mix.
None of the RMPs were reprocessed using the Star Mix?
There might have been some overlap. But I think what I did was the ones that hadn't already previously identified a contributor to it, those were the ones that went on to Star Mix. Or if I said in a previous report, there's a mixture that will be subject to a separate report, then that was the one that was done later in Star Mix. Those were typically mixtures that were, there wasn't a major or a minor component that I could pull out separately. They were like a kind of a jumbled mixture where I couldn't do anything with it by eye. So we had to wait for Star Mix to come online.
And regarding item 39 and the multiple DNA profiles that you found, does your report indicate where on the mask it was found? Or?
No, you'd have to talk to the person that collected it. All I received was the swab.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me that a face mask is something that has high level of DNA saturation?
In my experience, a face mask does have a high level of saturation, especially if you swab around the mouth area, because you have saliva, which has a large level of DNA. I'm not sure where they swabbed on the mask.
I understand.
But just in my general experience of swabbing masks, the mouth area usually has a lot of DNA.
And would you further agree that if it did have a high saturation of DNA, that would last longer statistically?
Now, it's hard to say because in here in South Florida, we have high heat, high humidity. I'm not sure how that mask was stored. I'm not sure when it was collected. DNA does get destroyed over time, especially in Florida, heat, humidity, sunlight. So I can't really speak to that because I do not know how it was stored.
And back to the RMP versus Star Mix.
Okay.
Is it safe to say that Star Mix is and I understand your example where you talked about going up and turning on the TV, et cetera. But can we agree that Star Mix is a more precise way of analyzing DNA?
It doesn't analyze DNA at all.
I'm sorry.
It just adds statistics, right? So it does an interpretation. So it'll take a mixture and it uses all of the data in terms of amplification efficiencies, degradation, peak height ratios, peak heights themselves, and it uses more of the data. So I think that's what you're trying to get to, is a more comprehensive way of calculating statistics versus RMP. Now, RMP for a single source versus Star Mix for a single source, those statistics should be the same. The likelihood ratio on a single source and Star Mix should be the same as the odds in the RMP. It differs when you're talking about mixtures and partials.
Right. And item 39, which with the black neoprene mask, was not a single source.
It was not a single source. It was a mixture with a major profile.
So, and being a mixture, if you would have used the Star Mix, it would have maybe shed a little bit more light on
the minor. I probably would have shed a little bit more light on the minor. The major would have stayed the same. It probably would have gotten around the same statistical value. But the minor contributors, I may have been able to advantageously include some of the other standards.
And when you spoke about heat and humidity, that affects both minor and major contributors?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Regret?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You are excused. Hi.
State Falls Detective Garcia.
Sir?
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record.
John William Joseph Curcio, Curcio.
And for the record purposes, you're the same Detective Curcio that previously testified.
Yes, sir.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Ma'am.
Well, we meet again. So just briefly reintroduce yourself to the jurors here today.
By name or by?
By name and who you work for and what you do.
Detective John Curcio. I'm working for the Broward Sheriff's Office currently as a homicide detective. I've been with them since 2009. Previous to that, from 1980 to 2009, I was a Fort Lauderdale police officer, and 13 of those years I was a homicide detective.
All right. So previously when you testified, you were asked on direct examination a little bit about some of the cell site location records you received after sending search warrants to T-Mobile. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you were asked a little bit about the different locations you had looked at and received in those records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So at this point, I want to go over those records that we now have in evidence, and it is state 71. All right, so I'm going to start with Diedrich Williams' cell phone records.
Okay.
So when you receive these records, I'm now pulling up the subscriber information that was previously testified to by the records custodian. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
All right. Can you tell me, and you've reviewed records such as these before in your years of experience as a homicide detective, correct?
Pretty much every day since these phone records have existed on other cases. Every case.
So in this particular subscriber information, who is the subscriber name that we see?
Nell Carter is the subscriber.
Okay. And is there a similar name in this particular case?
Yes.
And who is that?
Motion to hearsay, call for hearsay.
You may answer.
A witness by the name of Nell Carter.
Okay. And who is Nell Carter associated with in this case?
Originally, when I met her, she gave me the last name of Williams. She's associated with Mr. Diedrich Williams.
And do you recall the phone number that was associated with this particular search warrant?
954-867-8340.
So let's talk about some of the cell sites that you received in relation to this case. When you were investigating Mr. Williams in this particular investigation, do you recall looking at a cell site for 1506 UTC time?
You can just tell me what page.
Or 1906, I'm sorry.
What page you're referring to on my report, so I can just turn to that.
Page 24 in your report.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm scrolling down. 618 in the records. And then it would be 1906. And that's in UTC time, correct?
Yes.
So what would that be in Eastern Standard Time?
All right, you're right there. You are. Line 374. UTC is, again, as I testified to, that's the universal clock, which is out of England. So you have to subtract going back this way to America for the UTC to be adjusted to Eastern Standard Time. So that time would have been 1506 hours.
And in non-military time, what is 1506 hours?
306.
So 3:06 p.m.
Yes.
on July 18th, 2018.
Yes.
All right. And what is that particular call telling us?
It tells us the location based on cell towers where that call was being received, where the actual phone that we're looking at, where it was located by cell tower.
I'm going to scroll over.
No problem.
And the cell tower gives us the latitude and longitude, correct?
Yes.
Okay, does it also give us an approximate address of where that cell tower is located?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that address?
127 Northwest 16th Street in Pompano Beach.
So I'm going to write down on my white pad. 127 Northwest 16th Street. And in which city is that?
Pompano Beach.
Okay. So 3 p.m., or 3:06 p.m., I should say. William's cell phone is seen there.
Yes.
And that particular cell site location, what is that near? What address is that near?
Diedrich Williams' home address of 550 Northwest 17th Street in Pompano Beach.
Okay. So then let's go to the next time, which would be 1911. If I scroll over. That would be line 376.
Yes.
Again, which cell site tower location or near location did we see?
The same location of the tower, 127 16th Street, Pompano Beach.
Okay, and 1911 would be what time in military time?
3:11 p.m.
In non-military?
Non-military time, I'm sorry, 15:11 military.
So I wrote down there, 3:11 p.m., Williamstone, also at that same cell site location.
Yes.
All right. Let's now go to 1954, which will be the next line. And what time would that be? In
Military time, 15:54, regular people time, 3:54 p.m.
And that's line 377 of the records.
Yes.
And what location do we see Mr. Williams gone at that point?
201 East Sample Road, Deerfield Beach.
I'm gonna write down that address. You said it was 201, say that again?
East Sample Road, Deerfield Beach.
And you said that was 3:54 p.m. Williamstone.
Yes.
And what location of that cell site is that near?
It's the tower near Riva Motorsports.
Okay. Now, how long does Mr. Williams' phone remain at Riva for, or near Riva with that cell site location?
It showed activity twice more. The last time, according to my report, was at 1957 UTC, which is military time 15:57, which is real people time 3:57 p.m.
And as I scroll down this list here, we can still see 201 East Sample Road as we go down the line, correct?
Yes.
Now, the next time that we see any activity would be what time?
1957 UTC.
And that would be line 383.
Right.
And what is that location?
That is 1725 Northwest 31st Avenue in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, so now 1725 Northwest 31st Ave, Fort Lauderdale. And what time did you say non-military time?
Non-military time would be, you gotta go back to the line you just showed me, which was 5:57 military time, 3:57 real people time. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong, it should be 2036 is what we're looking at. 2036, which would have been 1636 military time, 4:36 regular people time.
Okay, so 4:36, and so that would be line 384.
Yes.
And that particular address is near where?
Which I object to the vague as to the term near.
Ooh.
Consistent with what address that we know in this case?
It's a cell tower near where Robert Allen lives.
So 4:36 PM. Williamstown. Okay. Let's now go to Mr. Newsom's phone. Let's look at the subscriber information first. Can you tell us the subscriber name on this particular document?
Bravon Newsom.
Okay. And what was the phone number associated with these records?
754-367-8492.
So let's go to the first cell site that you reviewed in your investigation that was relevant to this case, which would be 1755 UTC time.
Yes.
That would be line 182, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What time is that in Eastern Standard Time?
It is 13:55 military, 1:55 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And do you recall what tower that was consistent with?
Yes, it's the tower at 127 Northwest 16th Street, which is a tower consistent with Deidre Williams' house.
So 1:55 PM. Newsom's phone. All right. Now, was there any activity on this particular device between 1:55 PM and approximately 4:02 PM?
No.
Okay, now in your training and experience working with these records, plotting cell sites, can you explain why there might not be activity on a phone?
Objection, Judge. Sheer speculation has already been answered in his direct and cross as well.
It could be the phone is not being used or the phone has been turned off.
So now let's talk about that next cell site, and there's activity on the phone,
Yes.
which would be 20:02 UTC time, line 183.
Yes.
Can you tell us what cell site address it was consistent with?
Okay. In my report, I believe it's 111 or 1101 Northwest 5th Street in Pompano. Yep.
1101 Northwest 5th Street in Pompano, okay.
Yes.
And then the next cell site, which would be 2003, line 184, Mr. Newsom's records. Was there a cell site tower that Mr. Newsom's phone hit off of at that point?
Yes, it was the tower close to 17, or the tower was located at 1725 Northwest 31st Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, which is the tower close to Robert Allen's house.
So that would be 4:03 PM. Okay. Now let's go to Mr. Boatwright's cell site records. Can you tell me the subscriber name for these particular records?
Tammy Walker is the subscriber for that record.
And who is Tammy Walker?
Mr. Boatwright's mother.
All right, and what is the phone number associated with this particular phone?
754-207-1410.
Now on to the actual cell sites. Which was the first cell site relevant in your investigation in this case? What time?
According to my report, it looks like the one at 1900 UTC.
Still there? And that would be for June 18th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Line 308.
Line 309.
309, sorry.
Okay, and can you tell us the cell site location address it was near?
I was with 127 Northwest 16th Street in Pompano Beach, Florida, which is a cell tower close to Dietrich Williams' home address.
Okay. And so 1900 would be 1500 in Eastern Standard Time, military time. What time is that in non-military time?
3 p.m.
The next cell site I want to talk about is the next time it has phone activity, which would be 1936, line 310.
Yes.
Can you tell us the time or the address of the cell site location?
201 East Sample Road in Deerfield Beach.
Okay, and what is that cell site location consistent with being near?
The tower close to Riva Motorsports.
All right, and what time in non-military time would that be?
Non-military time would be 3:36 p.m.
Now let's talk about specifically with that particular cell site that we received that we're talking about at 1936. Who was involved in that particular call?
That was Mr. Allen's phone communicating with Mr. Boatwright's phone.
So was that Mr. Allen's phone calling Mr. Boatwright's phone?
Yes.
And how long does Mr. Boatwright's phone remain at that same location, which is consistent with being at Riva Motorsports?
According to my report, it remains in there until 3:44 p.m.
Now, the next cell site would be 1937, which is line 311 in these particular records. Can you tell me, which would be, I guess, 3:37, a minute later after that last cell site we just discussed. Can you tell me, even though you just said that this phone remained until 3:44, does the records indicate that in fact it remained at that cell site location consistent with being at Riva Motorsports?
Yes, it did.
And who was calling who in that particular cell site location?
It's an outgoing call, so it's Mr. Boatwright's phone calling Mr. Allen's phone.
Now let's discuss the next cell site. That's relevant to this case, which would be 2009, line 314.
Yes.
2009 would be what time in non-military time in Eastern Standard Time?
4:09 p.m.
Okay. And what address?
It's using a tower at 592 Northeast 42nd Court in Oakland Park.
Okay. And then the next cell site would be 2030, one line down, 315. And can you tell me what address that particular cell site location is consistent with being?
It's at 1725 Northwest 31st Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The tower goes to Robert Allen's home address.
So that would be 4:30 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Now that 4:30 p.m. time mark, you've reviewed the driftwood surveillance in this case, correct?
Yes, I have.
Does the driftwood surveillance match up with the timing of the cell site particularly?
Yes, it does.
Let's talk about Robert Allen's cell site records. Now, in this particular subscriber information, it's already been testified to that there's no subscriber information because it was a prepaid phone, but can you tell us the phone number associated with this particular account?
754-308-4520.
So let's talk about the first cell site relevant to this case, which would be 1903 on 6/18 of 2018. Which would be line 136. Can you tell us the cell site location address for that particular one?
At that time, which is 3:03 p.m., the phone is using a tower at 550 Northwest 17th Street, Pompano Beach.
Okay. And then what is that near?
Deidre Williams' home address,
And what time would that be?
3:03 p.m.
Now, I know you said 550, but is that Deidre
Oh, I'm
Williams'
sorry.
actual address?
That's his home address. The tower is actually 127 Northwest 16th Street. I'm sorry.
So at 3:03 p.m., Allen's phone is seen at that same 127 Northwest 16th Street in Pompano Beach, which is consistent with being at Deidre Williams' home.
Yes.
The next cell site I want to talk about would be the next line down, 137, which is 1936-04. Can you tell us about that particular call?
At that call, which is 3:36 p.m., Allen's cell phone is utilizing the tower at 201 East Sample Road in Deerfield Beach, which is a tower close to Riva Motorsports.
Okay, and now who was Mr. Allen calling in that particular call?
Again, those are the calls to Mr. Boatwright's phone.
All right, so consistent with Mr. Boatwright's records, these are Mr. Allen's records showing that same call?
Yes.
The next cell site I want to talk about would be 1937, line 138. Is that call also consistent with Mr. Boatwright calling Mr. Allen, like we saw in Mr. Boatwright's records?
Yeah, it's an incoming call, and it's at the same location of Riva Motorsports for the tower close to Riva Motorsports.
And then the next cell site would be 2226.
No, I think actually it was between, you have a 2010, I believe.
2010, I'm sorry, let me get that. That would be line 140.
Yes.
And what is that consistent with?
That's Mr. Allen's phone utilizing a tower at 4875 North Federal Highway in Fort Lauderdale at 4:10 p.m.
And then let's go to the last one, which would be 2226, starting at 153.
Yes.
And what was that consistent with?
That's Mr. Allen's cell phone utilizing the tower at 1725 Northwest 31st Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That time is 4:26 p.m. and that's the tower close to his house and the Driftwood Apartments in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. And 2226 would be what time in non-military time?
1826, which is 4:26.
1826.
I'm gonna have to do the math there now.
Yes, please do the math.
It's 1826, which is, it's 6:27.
There we go. 626. And now, just want to double check something. Besides actually getting the cell site locations, which are a general location, you also then got actual locations from some of the cell phones collected in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you previously testified to some of those.
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm gonna stay on Mr. Allen's phone. We're still looking at the data from Mr. Allen's phone, correct? Here, I can.
Yeah, I just have to be able to focus a second, yes?
Sure. Robert Allen, T-Mobile Records.
No, I just had to see the number on the top, you were moving around too quick.
Oh, my.
No problem. Yeah, that's Mr. Allen's phone.
And you testified about this call 138. Small. He also received, Mr. Allen received a call at 3:41 p.m., correct? In line 139?
Yes.
All right. And that call was lasted 90 seconds, correct? And you see that in column C here?
Yes.
And that call came from a phone number 754-245-1737, correct?
Yes.
And we see that in here. So just to be clear, so this is the call, line 138, well, I should say 137 and 138. These are the two calls which you indicate were calls that came from and received by a phone that you later attributed to Michael Bobley, correct?
Yes.
Line 139, this is a 90-second call when Mr. Allen would have still been inside Riva, correct?
Yes.
Right, and this is from a different phone number ending in 1737, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
No questions, Your Honor, thank you.
No questions.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you,
are
Your Honor.
excused.